8, 9, 10. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's me, Katie.
Hello.
I'm Greenland Quilter. Welcome, welcome, everyone. And look at who I have with me tonight. We have Shonda and Janice here with me tonight, and we're going to sew and chat and whatever else we can come up with. So let me, Janice, I'm going to spotlight you, and you tell them a little bit about yourself because there might be some newbies in here that don't know who you are, and tell them about yourself a little bit and about the channel and what you plan on working on.
All right. Hey, everyone. I am Janice. My channel is the.wRightway, and I do quilting videos. Recently, I've just been doing pop-up lives when I have a few minutes because my life has gotten very busy recently. Um, so today I'm going to be quilting this baby quilt that I made for
Oh,
a
that's
little
cute.
toddler. I showed this on the last live. So if you go back to my last live, you'll see me talk more about this. So I'm going to be uh, quilting this, and then I'm going to work on the cotton cuts flyaway.
All right. I'm going to be doing the same with you. And let's get Shonda over here on the spotlight, and you tell them about yourself and your channel and what you're going to work on.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shonda. My channel is Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts. And basically, my channel is just space for me to share the things that I make. I don't have anyone in my everyday life that quilts or does crochet. And so I wanted to be able to share it with someone. And so I started a channel to do that. And so basically, I do unboxings and I show things that I make. Every once in a while, I'll try to do a tutorial, but I'm not very good at them, so I don't do them very often. Um, Today, I am going to be working on two things. One being this table runner here
That is a
that I
cool
need to
table
get
runner.
finished up.
Mhm.
This was in the Open Gate Quilt subscription box, so I'd like to get this quilted a little bit more and add some binding. So I'm going to try to work on that. But I'm also a little tired today, so I also may just work some more on my blanket here.
Wow, that's so lovely.
It is definitely beautiful. All righty then. Okay, so now what am I going to do? I'm going to do the same thing that Denise is going to do, and I'm going to work on my Cotton Cuts Flyway Phoenix. I'm almost finished with Clue 1. No, I didn't work on it this week like I planned. So a lot of things didn't happen that I planned on. So as y'all know, I had canceled my live Thursday and Friday because I thought I was going to get to spend time with my husband. Guess what? My husband is not home. He is freaking stuck in Narsarsuaq. He got there yesterday, and for whatever reason, they claimed that there was ice on the helicopter, which makes no sense because our temperatures has been above the 40-degree mark for the last week, and so they never did get it in the air. So he spent the night in a hotel, and then he got informed this morning that he may not be flying until either Monday or Tuesday because they claim there's going to be fog. But when you look outside, the fog that was there this morning is not here now. So I don't know. And they can't go by boat because the fjord is full of ice between Narsarsuaq and Narsarsuaq. And so that's out as well. Otherwise, he would have got himself on a boat and came on home because I was very cranky yesterday. No, I wanted to cry yesterday. So, and if it looks like I'm not looking at the camera, I am, but the monitor's showing me not looking at it. So that's weird. So I have a little story to tell you guys about my sewing machine. You can see that the table is missing right now. So
Yeah.
I'm going to show you guys something. So I got a wild hair up my behind. Sorry for the language. And I decided I wanted to wipe down my machine and lay it on its side so that I could clean it. Or no, not clean it, but so I could get the pins that I knew were in the bottom of it. I was originally going to do it on a live, but when I pulled my table away from my sewing machine, I want you to see what I found. And I'm going to tell you what it is in a minute. Let me spotlight it so you can see. So this is what I found on the front of my machine. Can y'all see those spots?
What is that?
I'm about to tell you. Now I'm going to show you the back side of the machine. Can you see there's some hints of it right there on this spot?
Yes.
And right here.
Yep.
So when I saw this, what's the camera doing? Okay. So when I saw this, I had run my finger across it thinking it was dust. It had got like smushed against the machine. But when I moved my finger off of it, it was black like lead or metal shaving, some kind of, you know how when a lead pencil leaves black, if you get it on your fingers, it leaves that smudgy stuff on you.
Yeah.
So I got me a washcloth with soap, light, very mild soap. There was nothing abrasive about it. And I wiped everything down, and that stuff that was sticking to my fingers was washed off. What you're seeing is metal of my machine.
What?
Yeah. So the table that goes around my machine rubbed the paint off of my machine.
Oh.
And that's not supposed to happen. So I contacted Janome. What is this thing saying? Oh. I contacted Janome in Sweden. Yeah, because that was the number I located. And I talked to someone there, and he told me, he says, what you need to do is you need to contact the people you bought it from in Denmark. And I said, well, what if they say that they don't want to do anything about it? He says, the law states they have to help you with this, and they will be in contact with us once you've reported it to them. And I said, okay. So I contacted the shop I bought it from. I sent them an email, and she answered it. Well, first I called her to let her know what was going on. And she says, I need you to email me pictures. So I did. And I'll show you the inside of my table too. And I told her, I sent the picture. So she emailed me back, and she wanted to know what the invoice was. Send a copy of my invoice, and send her a picture of my actual machine, with the machine without the table. And so I wrote back to her, and I said, well, it may take me a while to find the invoice because I don't remember what I actually did with it. And we had paid for the machine through our bank account, which was wired to her from here. And when I tried to go back to the bank account, it only went back so far, which means I would have to contact the bank to look up that information. So I wrote that back to her. And she wrote back, and she says, you know what I want you to do? I just want you to send a picture of the machine. I hope you can see this. I don't think you can. Can you see the black spot?
Yes.
I see it. I see it.
I can see it.
Yeah. So it's on both sides of this table. And so she wrote back and says, first thing she wrote was, I want you to take a picture, but before you take the picture of the whole machine, please wipe down the machine and make sure that this is not something. And I had already done that, so I knew, it was already clean. And so I guess what's going to happen, I'll send her the picture, and I guess what they're going to do is get in contact with Janome and see what they can do, because this is actually a manufacturer's issue. And she said in all the years that they've sold this Janome, they've never had this happen. Ever. So this is the first time they've seen something like this.
I wonder if it's happened before, but nobody noticed because they don't remove their table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known it was there had I not moved my table to take the pins out of the bottom of my machine. Oh, by the way, let's see who can guess. How many straight pins do you think I found in the bottom of my Janome machine? Let's see who guesses the number. And hi, honey.
Hey, Nico.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
He's muted.
He's on his phone. You have okay. All right. All right, let me say hello to everyone in the channel. So anyway, someone's really close. Teresa says 14. Anyone else?
I was gonna say 4.
Okay.
I guess it was more than that.
Yep. Robin says 30. Oh my God, I'm glad there were that many of them in there. Anyone else want to guess before I tell you?
Well, 12. I'm gonna say 12.
Okay.
Robin says 30.
I know, good. I was a little shocked that I had Teresa says 18. Anyone else? Honey, you want? I already told you how many, didn't I? I think I already told him how many. Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to get it working on his phone. Babe, if you put your finger on the video, just tap it a little bit, you should see your little mic thing show up on that Zoom thing. Normally we mute it, so normally we mute it so we don't have that feedback. Okay, so Teresa's first guess was the closest. I had 15 pins in the bottom of my machine. 15.
And you're probably like, where did all my pins go? And now you know.
Well, yeah, now I know where some of them went, that's for sure. But there's this, on these plates, there's like these little screw holes, like you can screw in apparatus that you want to use.
Mm-hmm.
And so these because I use tiny pins, and the heads are there's some of them that have really tiny, these little clover ones anyway, which is what I mostly found in the bottom of the machine was the clover ones. But the heads are really, really, really tiny. Here, I'll see if I can't show you really what I mean by tiny. See how tiny that head is? And it just slides right through that hole.
I mostly use the clover flower pins.
Yeah. So what's happening is that I'm running the whatever I had pins in through. I just pull them out and just move them aside. So while I'm doing it, especially if I'm doing like chain piecing, I don't notice when one falls in.
You know, I probably should check mine, Katie, because I do the same thing. I just kind of pull the pins out and they just kind of stay on the bed of the machine while I'm sewing.
Yep. And if you have a hole big enough in your presser foot, that's a problem. Okay, let me say hello to everyone because I haven't done that yet. I don't know who was first in here today. So hello, Linda. Hello, Teresa, Robin, Cindy. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Robin. Hello, the Bud Files. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Vimas. Is it Vima or Vima? I bet you I'm still saying it wrong. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Let's see. I think that's everybody. If you have a channel, you can type the word !selfie in the channel and share your channel link. But I can also share Shonda's. Here is Shonda's link. And here is Janice's link. Y'all go on over there, and if you're not a member of her or subscriber of their channels, go over there and share the love. And when after the live, if you have time, go watch some videos and give them some watch hours. Hey, Denise, it's been a while since I've seen you. Okay, so Janice, you said you were going to work on your PMQ, right? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was winding bobbin.
I wanted to know what colorway you were doing.
Oh, I'm doing the pink one. Hang on a second.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because you said if you had time, you were going to work on the BMQ.
Yes. So
Oh, you got the kit too. Look at you.
yes.
Okay, let me spotlight that so everybody can see it. If this thing will let me, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so you're doing
I'm
rose
doing
finch.
rose finch, yes. And
All right.
if anyone wants to see what the
It
the
looks
kit
like.
looks like, they ordered this time they added the flyaway inventory.
Yeah.
I still wish they would give the cutting instructions, because what do you do with the pattern after you've made it? You can't use them.
They had at one point said they were going to start providing that, and then it just hasn't rolled out.
Yeah. So I'm going to hopefully get to clue 1 today. But these are the clues just in case anyone wants to see.
Yep. That's a cool color. Looks like you got directional fabric in there too.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
I never pay attention to directional fabric.
Me neither, Janice. Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, life is complicated enough.
I don't need that kind of stress in my life.
Yeah. Yep.
I like the polka dots though. Those are cool.
Yeah.
I do like the colorway.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. It looks great.
And the 10 is would be the borders.
Yeah, look at that. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got labels there. Yeah, I hadn't even looked through all of mine yet. I did put them in a project box though.
Yeah. As you can see, I have not started. Everything is still in the box.
Well, I'm only like halfway through clue 1, so join the club.
Yeah.
So I just got mine a week and a half ago, so I got some catching up to do.
Yeah. I got mine pretty late too. As a matter of fact, I was going to cancel. I was going to just call and say, give me a refund. I'll get Soft Squares advent box instead.
Yeah.
And just as I wrote them, I think you can do a monthly payment or something. You can prepay. I'm not sure because I've never gotten it, but
me neither. I wanted to try Soft Squares this year.
Yeah, there's some kind of prepay, and I don't know if it's still open or not.
I think it may be, at least for one of the boxes.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Scraptastic, I'm trying to remember her name. It's Catherine, right? Let me know. I also asked about somebody.
Yeah.
I think it's Catherine. And I might even be saying her name wrong. Okay, so let me see here how I want to do this. So you can see, well, you can see the sewing. Can you see the sewing machine okay? No, actually you cannot. Hang on a minute. You can see part of it. Oh, these cameras are driving me crazy. There, that's better. Maybe. Maybe not. All right, I need my Kindle because I don't have printer ink right now. He disappeared, huh?
Yeah.
Nikolaj did? He must be having trouble with his phone. Oh, it might have been him that texted me. Okay. Hang on a minute. Let me check to see. Somebody texted me.
I don't know if I want to get box A or box B. Which one did you do, Janice?
I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it yet. If Cotton Cuts had not sent the thing, I would have canceled this and then gotten it. Box B is, I think that's 25 days or 24 days. And box A is
yeah, definitely not doing that. That sounds expensive.
I think it's $300. Is it?
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'll stick with box A.
It's probably as pricey as MSQ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never done an advent box.
They're fun.
So, yeah.
It just depends on mostly with advent boxes, because I've done MSQ a couple times. I actually paid for one of them early, and then my box got lost somewhere, and they had to refund. By the time I waited till I guess the second week in December and knew it wasn't coming because I couldn't track it past Chicago. So I called them and they're like, well, we can just send you another. I said, by the time I get it, I will not be able to use it for what I wanted to use it for. And I was going to use it for my YouTube channel. And so I said, just refund my money. And I haven't ordered one since because I feel like it's just, I prepaid early. I should have gotten it early. Yeah. You know, I paid, remember, you know, they do like, I think in April, they took payment for the first one for this year, half payment, I think, or full payment if you wanted to do that. And I had paid full payment that year at the first payment that they offered for everyone. So I should have gotten mine. It should have been mailed out in November and I should have gotten it at the beginning of December. I never saw the darn thing.
Yeah.
It never came.
Yep, I prepaid for the cotton cuts box as well, and I know things happen in companies and so on. But what bugged me was there was no communication about it.
Yeah,
you know, there was no like, oh, we're sorry, your box is delayed. You know, and I was a little annoyed to
Now so I've done that.
It's like, let me know what's going on so I can cancel the. Let me know. Talk to me. You know what's going on. Is there a delay? What's going on? I think it was UKD that told me that they were having some issue.
Yeah, it was.
But they never communicated. They never communicated at all. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna cancel the box, and then I got the box like 2 days later. So I was like, okay, all right. So.
Oh, it's Amanda from Sweden. Thank you for correcting me on that. I'll get you guys' names right eventually. Now, I ordered Advent boxes from Cotton Cuts, and mine came late, but nothing. It wasn't because they sent it out late. It was because of the postal service. And so I decided what I'm going to do with mine is we're going to have Christmas in July from those Advent boxes. The only one that I did open it was the Notions one, but the other ones, I decided to just save them for July because me and Nikolaj have a plan for stuff for July. He has a Lego Advent box we're going to also do.
I haven't done much on my YouTube channel because I've started a PhD program and.
Oh, congratulations!
Working
congratulations!
Thank you.
What are you getting a doctorate in?
So I'm getting a doctorate in public health education.
That's outstanding.
Oh, well, we need that. We need that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am a teacher. For those of you that don't know, I teach in a middle school, and the end of a year in a school is really hectic. Just as you approach the end of your exams and lots of activities and so on. And then this term I was signed up for 3 courses. So 3 courses for the PhD plus end of school activities. I've just not had any time to.
Well, I'm glad you got to come over here and sew with me at least.
Yes, I mean, I made a commitment and I'm trying my best to be here as often as I can. Last night we had a school concert. So I went to work for 7:45 as usual and never came home until after 9.
Oh boy.
All day at work.
Wow.
So it's just one of those things. This time of year is busy, and then I've added another layer of stress.
Yeah.
So I've literally not sewn anything since my last live. But I've watched, I've been watching y'all and enjoying your channel, living vicariously through you. So.
Well, you know what we all can do is all of you who are subscribed to Janice's channel, go over and watch her older videos and give her some watch hours while she's working so hard. Is summer going to get a little easier for you, or is it going to get worse?
Well, I will still be studying, but at least I won't have work, so it will get easier, and I will get a break. The last live I did was between courses.
Okay.
So the next live will probably be between courses. I've had to just do what I can,
Yep. You just do what you can. Have you ever heard the song by Bon Jovi called "Do What You Can"? You should listen to that song. But it fits for that. You know, do what you can. That's all you can expect of yourself. Don't try to, you know, overdo it or anything else. I can tell you that when I was raising my 3 kids, I was going to college doing 18 credit hours the first year, and then I backed it down to 15. And I don't know how I took care of 18 credit hours. I had a job in the greenhouse. I belonged to 4 different clubs, had the kids, ran the house, cleaned the house, cooked, did all that stuff, and still had a 3.6 GPA. I don't know how I did
impressive. That's impressive because I had to stop school for that reason. After my second child was born, every time it was time to like, I would put the kids to bed,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then I've got to, you know, clean up the kitchen from making dinner. And then I would sit down at the kitchen table. It's probably 9:30, and I would literally fall asleep at the table.
Yeah, I did that many times studying, you know, especially if it was like math or something really boring. I had like a soils and fertilizer class, and I'm like, studying for that from bookwork was the most boring thing on the planet. And I
Yeah.
would fall asleep with that, yeah, right there at the table, or
And
fall
that was the
asleep in
thing.
front of the computer.
Yeah.
If they were in-person classes, if I had an instructor, I probably would have been fine. But I had to, you know, they were all virtual, and so I had to teach myself friggin'
Study.
economics. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I can't do it.
I took psychology online, you know, on the internet, and I'm like, I really should have did this in the classroom because just trying to stay focused on something that wasn't, because I was studying for 2 different college degrees. I was working on an AS degree in landscape design and an associates of art degree in fine arts, because what I ended up deciding on doing by the time I finished my landscape degree and I was almost done with the other one, I realized, yes, I would love to teach horticulture to junior college students, but I needed a job in the meantime. So what I started doing with the one that was going to transfer as a by doing the AA, I could transfer into the University of Florida as a 3rd-year student to get a bachelor's in science. And then I could be a teacher of science while I was working on what they call environmental horticulture and ornamental horticulture. That way I could teach on a junior college level, but then life got in the way and my husband died and messed all of it up. You know, and so I ended up with just 2 degrees and nothing to show for it.
When I did my bachelor's, I was doing my bachelor's. My husband was finishing his master's. So he had, you know, final exams.
Mm-hmm.
My son had a severe asthma attack. He was 2 years old.
Oh
He
boy.
was hospitalized. My daughter was 7. And it was crazy.
Yep.
It was crazy. It was like my husband would spend the day in the hospital, and I was working full time. So my husband would spend the day in the hospital with the baby, and then I would go to work, which
Mm-hmm.
means, of course, we have a 7-year-old, so she'd have to go to school, and then we'd have to drop her because in Jamaica, children are not allowed in the hospital unless they are the patient.
Okay.
So to take her to a friend's house, and then I would go relieve him. He would go do his exams, and then he would come back, and I would leave and go to class. And then it was just, I don't know how we survived. I remember the first class, I was just sobbing. I called my sister sobbing on the phone, and I'm like, why did I think I could do this? This is not possible, you know? Yeah.
But you made it through. You persevered and went and made it through it.
Made it through, and I did very well in then as well. And when I was doing my master's, the kids were much older. They were both teenagers, or
Yeah.
maybe they were both preteens around that time. Now no, they pretty much take care of themselves now. So
Yeah, mine were Lynette was preteen, and the other 2 were adolescents. But um, when I hit my second semester of the first year, I went to the hospital because I couldn't breathe. and they put me in ICU because I had pneumonia with my asthma out of control. And when I contacted my what did we call the head of the department of a, what are they called? Anyway, they handle your stuff. And I contacted him. And I said, I'm in the hospital. And he's like, okay, what do you want to do? I said, I'm not withdrawing from class. How long can I miss a class before I get kicked out? He says, let me talk to the head of the department and we'll see what we can figure out. You know what they did? They gathered up all the first 3 weeks of my college class work and they brought it down to the hospital and left it so I could do it while I was in the hospital. All of it. Just like that. Yes. So even though I missed 3 weeks of school, I still had 3 weeks of course load. And when I went back to school, I said, here's all my homework. And he said, so are you ready to take an exam? Because you missed the lectures. I said, well, you gave me everything I needed. Let's do it. And I did it, and they were, yeah, I did not want to, because I tried to go to school when I was younger and my family got in the way of it and I had to quit school and, and I had it in my mind this go around that I had no intentions of giving up that easy.
Good for you.
I was a non-traditional student to begin with because I was in a man's world program, and dealing with landscape students is easy. Dealing with golf course students, not so easy. Because they all have an attitude on their shoulders. Okay, we have some more people that came in. Hey, Lori Colgan. Hello, Lily Pop. Welcome, welcome. And Lily Pop Love says, way to go, Janice.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
I want to know if Janice is, and you have you got yourself muted, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Was you and your husband first generation college students or somebody before you do that?
Yes, we were both first generation college students. I was the first of my siblings to get a college education. Now, most of us in my generation have a college education. And when I finish this PhD, I'll be the first.
That's outstanding. That's something to be very proud of.
Yeah. But what keeps me grounded is my grandmother. She was very, very poor. She had a 6th grade education, and her life was so hard. I mean, she worked in cane fields. She washed clothes, she raised her kids, but for her, education was always important.
Yeah.
And so I think about her and she's my motivation.
My paternal grandmother was a teacher. I don't know much about my paternal grandmother because she was 42 when she died. So I was probably 2 years old or something like that. And, because my dad never talked about her or anything. All I knew was that she was a school teacher. So technically, I don't know, back then if they went to college to be teachers or not. I don't know because that was early 1900s, and for her anyway. And but on my mom's side, no one has a college degree, none. And I'm the only one in my family with one. As far as us girls are concerned, my brother doesn't even have one. But my dad did. My dad had 2, I think. Or 3. I don't know. I think he actually got his bachelor's, if I think about it. But I don't remember what it was in. I want to say it was political science, but I'm not for sure. Which was a weird thing to study for someone like him anyway. Just dropped my Kindle.
For us growing up in Jamaica, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the same in any third world country, education is, like the most important thing. And because there are not that many options, for our kids without education. But my thing is, you've got to do something. You can't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So you might not go to college. You know, everyone doesn't have to go to college. There are opportunities. As a matter of fact, some people would say that this is going back to the finance conversations I have with my husband all the time. But some people would say that they.
Hang on a minute. Let me fix this. Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Some people would say that the college educated people work for the wealthy, the real wealthy people, right?
Right.
Which is fine. But for me, you've got to do something, and that's what I tell my kids, and that's what I tell my children. You know, you can't just have no purpose and no direction. So whatever it is that you want to do, you've got to do it. You've got to do something. You can't just do nothing.
You can even go to trade school or
Yep.
you know, do on the job training somewhere that actually, you know, you can expand upon and, you know, work your way through whatever. I mean, there's potential for lots of things.
Yep.
It's just not learning how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest, a lot of these I don't know how they're referred to here, and I don't want to offend anyone, but a lot of these occupations, they earn more than anybody with a college degree could ever hope to earn, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right. My daughter, well, she's graduating from nursing school this year, and she got a job offer, and her salary is just about what my salary is. And I'm like, really? I should just retire. This is just, I've been working for so long, and you have zero experience and you're gonna be earning. That's just not right. But I mean, I'm proud of her and I'm happy for her. And this is why, you know, what we do for our kids, for the next generation, you know.
That's right.
Yep.
So,
hey,
you know,
John Hare. Welcome. Yeah, there's I don't remember which state she is in, but she's in one of the southeastern states. I just don't remember. But she's a person of color, and she started out as a plumbing helper in plumbing. She owns her own business now, and she's making lots of money. Now she's got people working for her, but she worked her butt off to get there. You know, and I think that's pretty cool when someone really works hard to get somewhere instead of just giving in to the pressure of everything else, you know.
I'm dropping everything. So if you hear see my
It's okay. You're fine.
Falling. So funny. My goodness.
I think we're getting close to getting this particular thing ready to go. I worked on the Cotton Cuts had their Zoom today for the 4-hour Zoom, you know, because of it being the end of a Wild West PMQ. And so anyway, I finally got some more of my Wild West stuff in the mail, and it was Clue 2 that I was missing. That thing had 20 flying geese to make for Clue 2. It's like, wow, that's just too many.
That is a lot of geese.
Yep, especially when I hate making flying geese. Well, not hate. I don't like making them. Put it that way.
I'm still working on the triangular blocks, you know, trying to build up those skills.
Oh, okay.
I prefer to make the flying geese the Eleanor Burns way. It's because they're made oversized and then you can square them up. That is the only way I can make flying geese without them being wonky or too small.
Oh, I miss Stacy. Stacy was here and she says, "Hi all, can't stay. I'm about to give a driving lesson. Thought I'd say hi and show some love." I think she's already gone now. How you doing, John? I hope everything's well in your world. Okay, so you guys, so Janice or Shonda, do you have anything interesting that's been going on lately?
No, my life's pretty boring. It really is. I wish it wasn't. I mean, for the most part, I'm glad that it is, but you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty boring. I really don't do much.
For some reason, I thought one of y'all had chickens, but I don't think so, right?
Oh, no, Stephanie Harris has chickens. I don't know
It's
if you've ever
Stephanie
had
that has the
her.
chickens. I knew it was one of y'all.
Yeah.
I want
I
chickens,
want
but I'm too
chickens.
lazy.
I
I
think
want chickens too, but my husband keeps saying, nope, not happening.
I'm too lazy because we're allowed to have them where I live, but
mhm.
I just know it's like it's an everyday commitment, and I'm like, nah,
Yeah.
I'm good.
I don't
If my
remember my
kids were
mom having
younger
that.
and I could make them do it, then I'd probably get some chickens. But
Yeah, yeah.
I have a dream to have chickens. I don't know why, because I'm a city folk. I'm city folk.
me too, girl. I was born and raised in New York. I mean,
Yeah.
I was lived in an apartment complex my almost my entire life until I moved to North Carolina. And all of a sudden I'm like, "Good, some chicken sounds
Yeah,
nice."
I'd love to have some
Yeah.
chickens. So I was telling my husband, let's just buy a piece of land, throw a double wide trailer on it, and build a chicken shed. I don't need any more than that. Just give me a trailer. I'm good. But he's not having it.
Yeah, I'll bet. I bet his thing is like, yeah, that time a hurricane come rolling along, he would be having to bail out of that mobile home.
I just need a small space and some chickens. That's all. But I have no idea what
You
it
know, always
takes
build a
to
tiny
have
home.
chickens. You know, there are laws about regarding tiny homes
Oh, really?
in North Carolina that I don't know. You can't just build a tiny home. There are laws, there are regulations you have to follow. So
I never
It's,
knew that.
I didn't either. And I'm always like, gosh, all these homeless people. It's too bad one rich person in the United States couldn't build a bunch of tiny homes strung out through the U.S. where people who are homeless could go and sleep in them, and have someone to manage the area that, for those tiny homes to make sure, you know,
I was
things
watching some kind of documentary where they did something like that, but they weren't like, but they actually were like their homes. Like,
yeah,
but they were tiny homes that they
mhm.
built for homeless people, and they gave it to them so that they could, kind of get their life
The
together, and just
lifestyle.
yep,
Yeah,
having that
yep,
I've
tiny
seen that.
space enabled them
I've seen
to get a job and then start like doing better for themselves. Because
Yeah,
it's hard to
exactly.
live a good life if you don't have a place to lay down.
yeah.
People like people that are in this situation, and I learned this because of my son. You have two things going against you when you become homeless. One, you don't have a place to sleep, you don't have an address. And number two, if for whatever slim reason you did have a car or still have a car, if anything lapses on that car, like insurance, if you don't have insurance, then they take away your tags. And then if you get caught driving trying to go to work, when you find work, they take your car and impound it. And then you're right back where you started, only worse.
Right,
It's
because
like
then you
a
have the
nasty
impound
domino
fees.
effect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then you have all the fees from having your registration expired. That's expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The impound fees are ridiculous.
Yep. So someone who's strapped for money and homeless, there's no way out pretty much. Unless some good Samaritan comes along. My son was fortunate that where he's at, that town really tries to help his people who are homeless. And they got him out of his homeless state. And I am so thankful for everyone who has helped. Now we just need to find him a wash machine. I looked at the prices of new wash machines and oh my God.
Has he tried Marketplace?
No, I don't even know how to do that. And besides, don't you have to have marketplace for the area you live in?
Yeah, but it's tied to your Facebook. So if you go into your Facebook and go into your Marketplace, you can put your zip code in and see what's around you.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've never used it, so I don't even know how it works.
And you can get a pretty cheap used washing machine because a lot of times people will upgrade and
Uh-huh.
they just want to get rid of the ones they have. And so I
Okay.
know, you know, I'm pretty sure you can pick one up these days for about $250.
Yeah, because a brand new one's $500. The lowest ended one out there is close to 500. Whatever happened to $200 watch machines?
They don't exist.
Apparently not, because I told Nick, I was talking to Thomas, I was helping him look for wash machines, and I said, dude, they're all sitting at 500 and more. He says, I know, Mom. And I'm trying to get him out of the laundromat because that's an extra expense he doesn't need,
And it's time.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
The time.
Yeah.
Because you've got to take all that stuff with you, and you got to wash and fold everything while you're there, and then bring it all home and put it away. Like, you could be doing so many other things.
Exactly. Someone donated him some dresser today. Someone he works with volunteered their truck, and they were going to Powder Springs to pick it up because he didn't have a dresser to put his clothes in. So people have really been helping him as much as they can with. He still needs a wash machine. He could do without a dryer for right now because he can always use portable clotheslines inside the washroom. And the other thing that they don't have is a dining table and 2 chairs to sit at to eat their meals. They've been sitting sitting on the sofa and eating their food on the sofa.
Yeah, definitely tell them to check Facebook Marketplace. Anytime I'm looking for anything, that's the first place I go. Like, if I'm looking for like a table, like when I was looking for a table, like when I first started to work from home and I was looking for a desk. Of course, I couldn't find one at the time because everybody was looking for one. But I have found so many things on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're brand new.
Yeah.
I've gotten a grill.
The first sewing machine I got through Facebook Marketplace. And
I got my Cricut from there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Okay,
so very, very inexpensive. And the person that I bought it from, he was in the military, and he had only used the machine once to sew on a patch on one of his shirts, and he never used it again.
So when you deal with the marketplace, how do you know when someone's legit and someone's not a liar and sells you garbage?
Well, it's like anything else. It's just like if you were buying from the Craigslist back in the day, or even when people used to sell things through the newspaper. So you can look to see the other things that they've sold. Like, sometimes they've sold more than one thing, and you can go and it'll show you other things that they've sold. And there's even like reviews sometimes. You just kind of got to pay attention. But for the most part, you're buying from a person. And usually most people aren't trying to cheat you for the most part. Like, I've not had anyone really try to take advantage of me personally. Like, I've just never had it happen. And sometimes people give you stuff for free.
I needed to ask that because I wasn't sure, how that works.
And also meet in a public place.
Right, exactly.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that he's safe and he's not,
Yeah.
Because he's so laid back, he'd be easy target for someone to,
you do have to be vigilant about
he's
it.
He's not like me. Will get up in your face sometimes. He's not like that. He'll just turn around, like, I want to prove to me, Luane says, where'd it go? It disappeared. Oh, there it is. Luane says, hi, Katie, Shonda, and Janice, and all you wonderful quilters. Hope everyone is having a great weekend. I will be lurking as cutting 2.5-inch strips for my latest project. Hi, Luane.
Hi, Luane.
Hi, Luane.
Robin says, my neighbor has chickens, and they always are jumping my fence to eat the cat's food. She needs to clip their wings. That'll fix that.
Will eat anything.
Clip the wing. Just clip the
Mama J.
Hey, Mama, or hey, Andrea. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Laura Sup. Hey, Lily.
Laura.
And Lily
hey,
asked,
Lori.
Did you get your last block for Wild West? No, not yet, but soon. Let's see. Andrea says she switched over from the TV to the computer so she could chat, hand quilting, then while watching. Yep. Hey, Andrea, I hope you're doing well. How's your daughter doing? I hope she's doing better. Luane says, do like our ancestors. Take your clothes down to the creek and Yeah, yeah. Well, I just want him to see. I'm trying to help him manage his money, is make it stretch as far as he can make it stretch and still try to save a little bit. And going to the laundromat is not cheap, so you know and he is willing to just have a wash machine and use a drying rack inside the house to dry his clothes if he can just get a wash machine. So he's been very open to all the advice I've been giving him. He's so different, you guys. He's just, I'm so thankful for how well he's doing right now. Him and Blaze is going to the 4th grade without any hindrances, and I'm just super happy. Thomas called me yesterday. Y'all are gonna laugh when you hear this. And he says, Mom, Blaze is smelling. And he'll be 9 in July. I said, what do you mean? I walked in his bedroom and I could smell BO.
Yeah. He's growing up. He's growing up.
And he says, Mom, what am I supposed to do about that? I said, take his butt to the store and buy him some deodorant. And make sure he takes a bath every darn night, But Mama usually handles that kind of thing, not Daddy, So he's being Daddy and Mom. So he's like, do you remember what I did? I said, I think I took you to the store. And back then, I don't know if you can do it now. You used to pop the tops off with deodorants and take a sniff and find one you like. But I don't know if you can do that anymore. I think everything's locked behind glass cabinets in a lot of areas when it comes to that kind of thing. So I don't know if you'll be able to do that with him or not. I said, or just let him try what you're using and see if he likes it. I said, but definitely make sure, even if you have to make him get up a little early and take a bath in the morning, do that,
I don't know if it's a Black thing or not, but every Black person I ever know, their first deodorant has been Tussie.
Tussie? Been what?
Really? Wow.
It's called Tussie. Tussy.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I don't know why, but it was like, I don't know if it was considered more gentle than adult deodorant, but the kid deodorant for every Black person I knew growing up was Tussie.
That's interesting. I would have not thought of that. Thomas, believe it or not, I bought him Old Spice when he was a kid because I thought that was the least invasive deodorant for a kid, because they had all that fancy stuff out there. Do you know he still uses Old Spice for the deodorant? That's shocking. He's 35 years old and or 36, still using Old Spice deodorant.
I guess he figured if it ain't broke, don't fix it,
Yeah. He says he likes it, so
And Old Spice has come a long way.
Yeah. Robin says sometimes appliance stores have refurbished washers for cheap. Okay, we'll check into that too. Andrea says they have star ratings, plus it tells how long they have been selling on Marketplace. Let me see what else. And then Andrea says, my daughter is almost back to herself again. She has been posting on Facebook and visiting with her friends, so I know she's better. I got to talk to her the day she came out of the coma. Okay, good. I'm glad. Sounds like she's making progress. That's good.
That's really good. That's great.
Real good. Yep.
Yeah, that's great. That's really great. Yeah.
I am not going to make it back around, am I? I do not want to bust into an...
Oh, and someone asked what Shonda was working on. Shonda, Lily Pop asked what you were working on. Sorry, I almost missed that.
Yeah, it's the 6-day star blanket.
There you go, Lily. Yeah, there you go. That's what she's working on.
It's lovely.
Yeah, this is going to be my fifth repeat. I think I'm going to do one more. So probably be working on this for another couple of weeks.
Yeah. Luwayne says once he discovers girls, he will start taking more showers to smell better. Laugh out loud.
That's right. Because that was my son.
Do you know what my son did? You know what he did when he started noticing girls? He would not eat food in front of any of them. I don't know why. So he would come home. One day he came home and I had sent them with a lunch. And I'm like, you didn't eat your lunch? I wasn't hungry. then, you know, a lot of times I would also give him money to buy food with him. One day, Kristen comes home and says, Mom, Thomas is not eating lunch. I said, what do you mean? Because, see, they were both in the same grade together. But when we go to lunch, he doesn't eat. And so I asked Thomas, I said, Thomas, what did you do with your money for your lunch? I have it. I said, so why didn't you go and eat lunch? I don't want to eat in front of anyone. And I couldn't understand that. It was because he didn't want to eat in front of girls for some strange reason. He's the funniest quirks.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he thought, I don't know what he was thinking when he was doing that.
I don't know. I don't think he knows.
He still sometimes doesn't want to eat in front of people. And it ain't because it ain't nothing I did, you know.
There are people like that though that don't like to eat in front of people. I don't know why.
Me neither.
I mean, everybody has to eat or he'll die.
Yes.
I told him the other day, I said, you know, your life is you're doing better. It's time for you to start being a little bit sociable. And he says, well, what do you mean by that? I said, you need to get out and meet people. Find the bowling. Come to find out, the closest bowling alley is like a 20-minute drive to get to the bowling alley, which would be up his alley because he's a good bowler. And I said, you might meet a decent woman inside a bowling alley because you're not going to meet a decent one in a bar. He's been thinking about what I told him, you know, it's not to go out on a date, but mostly just get out and socialize to start with, you know, and get to know people.
Yeah.
Because really all he's doing right now is working and taking care of his son, and he's really not getting out. He needs to get sociable a little bit, not a lot. You know, he didn't have to, you know, get all crazy about it, but it would be nice if he got out of the house a little bit and met other people, you know, just to, because we all need to socialize sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
I have a lot of room to talk. I don't get out and go to people's houses either. Only I
don't. I don't really like going to other people's house. Yeah. I don't like it. I just don't see the point in sitting in someone else's house when I pay all this money to sit in mine. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just not a very social person though.
Yeah.
But that's why I do this.
Yeah. Same.
But I need him to get out and meet a girl. He needs to be happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think bowling is good because that's only like, they generally only get together like once a week. Yeah. So it's not like a big commitment. So that could work.
Yeah. You know. And who knows? He might come across someone, you know, that is nice and kind and not screwed up in the head. He doesn't need any more of that in his life. Andrea says, wait a minute, something happened here. Andrea says, I have made several of those. I love that pattern. She must be talking about you.
Oh, the blanket?
Yeah.
Yeah. I once I got into it, like it was a little bit challenging at first because I've never made anything in this shape before, and the stitch count is so important to this blanket. If you miss a stitch, you might as well just go ahead and take it out and start over or go back to, you can't like compensate for a missed stitch. Like this it doesn't work out that way. And so it was a little daunting when I first started, but now that I've kind of gotten into it, it's just the easiest, most rhythmic pattern.
Kind of like that ripple stitch Afghan I showed you guys the other day.
Yeah, it's got enough to it to challenge your brain, but not enough to where you can't still do it while you watch TV, you know?
Yep.
And I love how much yarn I'm using up.
I've been wanting to get back into crochet, watching Shonda's channel. So
You need to come and join us on, we're going to be getting together once a month on a Tuesday, if you're not too slammed this summer.
Yeah.
And we're just crocheting. I introduced Shonda to Andy, because Andy's big time crocheter, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
She likes making scary plushies. I guess you would call them plushies, wouldn't you, Shonda? Or
Amigurumi.
Yeah, origamis or origami, however you say it.
Amigurumi. It took me forever to learn how to say that word, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. She makes and she likes to make them creepy sometimes.
I really do like that Ninja Turtle she made. I really want to make that.
She's made some more added to it. Those Ninja Turtles are really cool. That Medusa one was pretty neat too.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Wayne says, Katie, you know the best place for him to meet women is join the local quilting.
The quilt
Something.
Quilt guild, probably.
Oh, quilt guild. Yeah, but he doesn't make quilts. Wouldn't they think he was creepy if he went to a quilt guild?
Yes, they would definitely think he was creepy.
Exactly.
Lawen is just kidding.
I just want him to. Is it wrong of me to want him to finally meet a decent girl and be happy?
Nope.
Hope not. I'm not trying to manipulate the situation, and I'm not going to ask him to pass her through me so I see if she passes. I just want her to be a good person. That's what I care about.
Yeah.
Not a drug addict or anyone off in their head, you know.
It's funny how you never stop worrying about your kids, no matter how old they get. Right? You think, when they get older, but then you never do stop worrying, do you?
No, and he's such a tough one, it's made me even more.
Yeah.
I mean, I worry about the girls too, but not like I do him. The girls have their stuff together, He took the death of his dad really hard. So, he makes me laugh sometimes because he'll call me and he says, Mom, I need you to talk to Blaze. And I'm like, okay, what did he do now? I've asked him 100 billion times to clean his room. And I said, did you take his switch away? Yep. And I said, he's still not cleaning his room? Nope. So I'll get him on the phone and I'll say, Blaze, did your daddy take your switch away? Yes, ma'am. And he knows he's about to get it talking to because he's using yes, ma'am. And I'm like, so do you like your switch being took away? No, ma'am. I said, so what do you got to do to fix this? Clean my room. And then I said, so why didn't you go clean your room to start with? I don't know. And then I asked him, I said, do you want your switch back? Yes, ma'am. I said, then go clean your room. And then when you're done, tell your daddy to call me. 2 hours later, that boy's room cleaned up. And I didn't threaten him. I just told him, you get your switch back, you clean your room. And one thing I did say, I said, if you keep on doing this with your dad can always take a garbage bag and go in there and pick up everything off the floor and throw it away.
That's what
That's
what I would do.
That's a really good threat.
Yeah, it works. For some kids. For some kids, it works.
He's like, no, I don't want to throw my stuff away. I said, to get your butt in there and clean it up. I tried to talk to him in such a way that it won't cause, because if I talk to Thomas in the wrong way, Thomas will shut down. That's how he's always been. You could discipline the girls one way, but if you discipline him in the same way, it would end up with a shutdown and a stubborn streak where you couldn't get him to do anything. So I found ways around it. And definitely you couldn't be physical with him because that would really make him shut down.
Yeah, all my kids were different as far as, what they needed from me.
Yeah. He has always, he had all those health problems, and then we when they finally figured out what was causing his stop breathing stuff, and by then some of the damage had been done by that, and his whole and he reminded me a lot of his dad, because his dad would, I don't know how to explain it, but his dad would do shutdown where he would just not function for some weird reason. And I've realized, I said, he's got a little bit of his dad in him, and I have to figure out a way around all of that, because you could scold the girls, and the girls wouldn't go and do whatever it was they were doing again. But him, he'd go right back and do it again. And then at some point he stopped being that way. When he got in his teenage years, he was still stubborn and would, not do things, but he wasn't in trouble at home. At school, he never got in trouble, which is interesting for him. I figured he would, I'd get phone calls that he was acting out in school and stuff, but he wasn't. He never got in trouble at school.
Some kids are like that. They feel more free to act out in a safe space.
Well, he definitely liked doing it at home, that's for sure. He gave me a run for my. The doctor put him on some ADHD medicine so that he could concentrate in class, and it was Adderall that they put him on. Oh my God, it made him meaner than a snake, let me tell you. He would just walk up and smack his sisters across the face for no reason. Just walk up and hit them. And I'm like, what are you doing? I don't know, I'm just angry, Mom. So I went back to the doctor, and I told the doctor, I said, we need to change his medicine. So they put him on Ritalin, and all that aggressive behavior he was having stopped. It was just because the medicine was making him that way.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have the hyperactivity end of it. He had the attention deficit part. So they treated it with Ritalin, and the Ritalin worked better because it helped him concentrate, and he wasn't feeling whatever Adderall was doing to him.
Yeah, it's always a trial and error for the ADHD medication to see what works for different kids. From a teacher's perspective, that's what I've. Oh, is that rain?
You're getting rain?
It did look like it was going to rain when I took my son to work. By the way, I don't have to take my daughter to work. She ended up getting someone to cover her shift, so I don't have to leave like I thought.
Oh, cool. You know what Lily Pop put? Lily says, "Love on the lanes, laugh out loud." Talking about the bowling alley.
Yep.
I think it's a great place to meet other women that might be single.
And even if you don't, sometimes it's just good to get out of the house.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. It's good for mental health,
Exactly. Yeah. He needs to be, less kept in the house. I also would like to see him taking his son to the park more often, but that's going to take some convincing, I think. Because the first thing out of his mouth when I brought it up was, "Mom, it's going to be hot outside." I'm like, you played out in the heat when you were a kid. What are you complaining about?
I lived outside in the summertime.
They did too during the summertime.
Back before we had phones, your parents didn't know where you were. It was a great time.
Yes.
It was a good time.
It was. It was. It was also a different time, a very different time.
Yep.
I loved every minute of my childhood.
You're lucky. I would have loved to have had a good childhood.
I did. I can't even lie. I had a great, and it didn't have to be. It could have been real chaotic, because my mother had me when she was 16 years old. That could be a recipe for disaster. But it was not. I had a great childhood because she had support. She had 2 sisters and then my grandparents. So it was like I had 3 moms and a dad.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. But I did enjoy the summers with my siblings and my cousins. We had the best summers.
Yeah.
And Christmas time too, we would all hang out in the country in Jamaica. It was just the best.
So, since you're from another country, I guess you could call it, what was Christmas like there in Jamaica?
It's pretty much. I mean, the weather is mild. There's no snow. We
Okay.
don't have chimneys on our houses, so every Jamaican kid knows their Santa is not real. It's just a fairy tale, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but Christmas time is for family, and families get together, and we play dominoes, play cards, drink sorrel, and eat lots of food. We exchange presents. Christmas is all Jamaica is a very religious country, so Christmas morning is usually a church event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty much the same without the big emphasis
The
on
commercialism.
on Santa. Yes, it's still pretty commercial.
Okay.
We
Has
have
it always been a Christian place, or did it
yes.
have its own pagan stuff before then?
No, it's always been Christian. This might be touchy, but
Colonialism.
going back to the slavery, right?
Yeah.
Colonialism, the Spanish, Christopher Columbus, our favorite person.
Yeah.
You know, they brought Catholicism to the Caribbean. And this is something I love to discuss, by the way. It gets me excited talking about the history. Just like you, Katie. I know you like talking about
Yeah,
the
I
history.
do like talking about this stuff. You
Yeah,
got
so
it.
the Spaniards that they were, as they were called back then, they brought Catholicism to Jamaica, and then before they came, native Indians lived there, as with everywhere else in the Western world, I guess.
Were the native Indians the same as what was in the United States, or were they different?
Well, you know, there are very many different tribes in the United States. As
Okay.
I know you know because that's your family
Yeah.
history. Am I correct?
Yeah.
But back the Tainos were the Indians, the native Indians that lived in Jamaica. And then history says that when the Spaniards came, they annihilated all the Tainos. But I personally never believed that. I believed that some of them escaped to the mountains, and then after the Spaniards, the English came, the British came and took over Jamaica, and of course they brought in slaves from Africa, and so it was all the religion was always
Okay.
Christianity.
Okay. I would have not known that.
The slaves brought with them their religion, their culture, which is
Mm-hmm.
still a large part of our culture today. So, like Rastafarianism is an African Jamaican religion that was born out of African culture, and we have a few other small groups of religions that are not Christian. So there are Hindus there, there are Muslims. Um,
You have a
There are
hodgepodge of stuff going
Jews in
on.
Jamaica, but the majority are Christians. Yeah,
Okay. I had to learn something new today.
yeah.
Did you know that it wasn't Christopher Columbus who discovered North America
What?
first? It
What?
was Leif. It was Leif
Yeah.
Erikson, who happened to be a Viking. He's the one that discovered North America first.
What did
But that's
Christopher
what's crazy because
Columbus?
I learned that in
What did he?
I learned that in high school
He never,
history.
he never discovered anything. He's just
Yeah,
famous.
but he
Sorry,
gets a
I don't know
holiday.
if anyone is a fan of Christopher Columbus, but every
Yeah,
Jamaican knows what I think every American knows, that Christopher Columbus didn't discover anything. People were living
Christopher
the
there.
only
Columbus
and the
got
only reason
lost.
I learned that was because when I started, because I did the Arctic, I took a semester of Arctic, a guide, what they call Arctic guide class. Well, it was more than one class. It was a whole semester of several classes,
Yeah.
and one of them was Greenland history, and a lot about Eric the Red and his son was covered in it. And when Eric the Red came to Greenland with all those his family and friends, his
Yeah.
son stayed for a little while, but he had it. He wanted to keep on discovering other lands. It was in his blood, and that's who came there first in North America with him.
Nikolaj's in the chat.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Nikolaj.
Yeah.
Oh, we're having fun over here talking about it.
Yeah. One more thing about Christianity and slavery, because you got me started, Katie.
Sorry.
No, it's good. I love talking about it. I just don't want anyone to feel funny because I know it's a hot topic and, you know, it's not so much of a hot topic in Jamaica, but I know it's a hot topic. Maybe a taboo topic here. I don't know. So my apologies if anyone, I don't mean to offend anyone, but
I don't think we're getting political here. We're just talking about history. So
it's fact. It's history.
Yeah.
But it was through Christianity that many of the slaves learned to read and write.
Yeah.
Because they were not educated. They were not allowed to be educated according to Western culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's through, and remember, I don't know if the slaves came from Africa. Africa is a continent with hundreds of countries, right? And they speak different languages. So a lot of them came over from different places in Africa, mostly West Africa, but still different countries. And they spoke different languages. And so what we have as our dialect in Jamaica is a mixture of those African languages and English.
Okay.
Yeah, so our Jamaican dialect is, yeah. And then because of religion, it's through churches that many of the slaves were able to get their freedom or find ways to escape or help each other to escape. That's one way. Another way, as we know, was through quilting, right? Mm-hmm. They would quilt, just like here, they would quilt road maps into quilts that would lead to safety and all of that. So yeah, it's a rich and very colorful history.
I think the quilt thing is really, really interesting because I would love to see examples of that.
Yep. I'm almost sure. Am I wrong if I say that Eleanor Burns did a thing on that?
She might have. I'll have to go look.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing? I think she's pouting because somebody didn't come home. So yesterday I took a shower and I got her to come into the bathroom with me, which she does anyway. And I'm like, you're going to get a shower too, because I wanted her all clean and yummy. So when she greeted her dad at the airport or teleport, she would smell good, you know? So when I'm like, come here, she's in there laying on the floor and she's watching me shower. And I'm like, come here, girl. And she's just looking at me, wagging her tail. And I went and picked her up and put her in the shower. And she's like, uh-oh, I'm about to get a... But you know what? She'll stand there and let you bathe her. She doesn't struggle or nothing. And she doesn't seem to really mind it all that. What? Oh, now she's going to talk to me. Earlier, she was on the bed and wouldn't come out. You're going to have to wait a minute, Missy. Mommy's picking out stitches because I undersewed something here. Stop. Anyone want to tell me how I can tie up a dog to cut her nails without hurting her? She will not let me cut her nails. We have tried everything I can think of.
A harness? Have you tried one of those harnesses?
No. Nikolaj thought about taking one of those reusable garbage bags and cutting holes for her head, 4 legs, and then dangling her so that I could get at her feet. I don't know why she doesn't want us touching her feet, or she don't mind me touching her feet, but the minute you get clippers out, she's out of there.
I think they're all kind of like that because one of the channels I watch the girl with the dogs. She's a dog groomer and she cleans like rescue dogs that have been like just abandoned or sometimes just, you know, people who just didn't take care of their dogs, and she'll clean them and groom them. and they tend to not like their nails clipped
She
in
definitely
general.
doesn't. And you can tell by the way she walks on the floor that it does bother her that her nails are too long. I told Nikolaj, I said, I wish I had a tranquilizer. We'd just knock her ass out and do it.
Can she take Benadryl?
I don't have any in the house right now. That's the dang problem. Someone's supposed to be sending me some in the mail, though.
Sharon Sunshine said try a small metal file. Yeah, I was going to suggest that too.
A metal file? Okay.
Instead of clipping it, you're just kind of grinding it down. She might be more, or he might be more open to that, maybe.
Lily Pop Love says, teach it, Janice, teach it.
I love talking about Jamaican history. I think it's fascinating.
I love hearing you talk on top of it.
Yeah, the accent, when I get passionate, the accent gets deeper, right?
So yeah, your accent is beautiful.
Thank you. My Jamaican friends don't think I have much of a Jamaican accent.
Well, you probably don't think you have much of one either. It's like me telling everybody I don't have a Southern accent. And they're like, oh, yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
I'm like, no, I don't. I just sound like someone from Florida. But my tongue does get in the way of every time I try to learn a new Greenlandic word. My husband gets lots of laughs because of how I struggle sometimes with some of the words.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn Spanish. Most of my students are native Spanish speakers, and they laugh at me all the time at my attempts at Spanish. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, my broken Spanish and your broken English and the accents added in, somehow we'll understand each other.
It's like one of the things I would ask Nikolaj is why do you say to you when it should be for you? He'll say, I'll go get you a drink to you instead of for you. And I'm like, it's a Danish thing, apparently. I'm like, to you's wrong.
Well, technically, they are getting it to you, aren't they?
Yeah, technically.
It just doesn't sound right because we were raised to say for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the teachers taught us to say for you, not to you.
Well, it's just like how every other language, they put the Lord, I don't even know all my grammar words anymore. But we put all the adjectives before we tell you what the heck we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's weird. That's weird when you think about it.
Yeah.
And in Greenlandic, they put the action word, I think at the end. Wait, the action word's in the front while whoever the subject is at the end of the sentence instead of at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'm not real clear on how that works because I haven't learned. Someone's going to be. I made friends with a woman who is a teacher, and she said she's going to teach me some of that early education stuff where you know where what part of the word means what.
Mm-hmm.
Because
conjugation.
Yeah. So yeah, conjugation, exactly. So the word ajun, A-J-U-N-N, there is 720 variations that use that part of that word.
Wow.
Do every Greenlandic person know all 720 of them? No. Maybe they might be someone here in Greenland that does, but for the most part, probably not. And I've had to learn that, like when Nikolaj was teaching me to say Kanuk Ibit, that means how are you is like a more formal way of saying it, which comes from Northwest Greenland. But down here, I would hear a Yungi, especially from his mother. A Yungi, that means, are you all right? Or how are you? It's like slang, but it's part of that Ayun word. So you can say Ayun and say, I'm fine. Or you can say Ayun Alana and it mean the same thing. So how do you know which to use when? You know, and what it is sometimes you can take shortcuts. Thank you is Quayanok. But you can also say Quina, which means the same thing. Will Wayne says, "Oh my God, I have to use English class today." Aaron says, "I never took mine to the vet for cutting because they always get cut too short and make them bleed." Well, regardless of when I cut hers, I'll probably end up nicking her anyway because they're so long. And then Sharon says, "I only have cats now. It hurts too much to lose a dog. I love my cats, don't get me wrong, but it isn't the same. I don't have cats because we're not cat people. I used to be, but not so much now. The cats here are too feral for me. I'm not going to feed a cat that's going to growl at me. That's a real problem as far as I'm concerned. You growl at me, why I'm not going to feed your behind." We rescued this kitten that I don't know how she got took away from her mother, but she did. She was too young. And as soon as she got hormones in her body, it was like, I'm just going to growl at you if you just look at me wrong. And I'm like, I don't understand. Well, she sure did like Nikolaj's mama. But she didn't like me and Nikolaj for some weird reason. Maybe because we had a dog in the house. I don't know.
I'm allergic to cats. I would love a dog, but I just don't want that level of responsibility right now in my life. So,
Yep.
So I don't have one, but I would do a cat, but I'm allergic to cats. My son is allergic to cats, and one of my daughters is allergic to cats.
Yeah.
So it'd be a bad idea to have a cat in the house.
We're all allergic to cats too. But my daughter loves cats.
Yeah, my oldest daughter loves cats.
Yeah. She'll take allergy medication and just so she could hang out with the cats.
Well, my oldest one is the only one that's not allergic. So she's not allergic.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the rest of us are.
Yeah.
But I wasn't always allergic to cats. I developed a cat allergy because we had a cat when I was a baby.
Yeah.
So when I was like 6 months old, we had a cat. And then he knocked over the Christmas tree, and my grandmother said he had to go. Sylvester.
I think when you're prone to certain kinds of allergies, they'll develop over time. So even if you don't start out with the allergy, I think eventually, like if you have asthma or you have sinus, nasal issues, certain types of allergies develop over time.
I think you're right too, because I noticed even as I get older, I develop more seasonal allergies than I didn't used to have.
Yeah, yep. I learned that I was allergic to bee stings as an adult. I was like, what? I mean, I live in a tropical country, so a bee sting is a normal part of life, right? You get the bee sting, you rub some leaves on it, and then you continue playing, you carry on. But then as an adult, I got a bee sting and my whole body was just swollen. And I was like, what is going on? And he was like, well, you're allergic to bee stings. I'm like, nah. Yeah.
I'm so afraid of bees that I had never been stung by one until maybe 4 years ago. I got stung by my first bee sting. And I wasn't home. I was like out.
Mm-hmm.
And I did have like a mild reaction. I had to take some Benadryl and some ibuprofen.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was fine. But I was like, how I made it 40, almost, 45 years without getting stung by a bee. And here I go.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As a kid, never, because I always ran from them.
Yeah. I discovered I was allergic to bees and wasp stings, but you know what I'm really allergic to? Is jellyfish.
Never been stung by one of those either.
Oh my God. They're worse than ever being stung by a bee. And then to be allergic to it on top of it, oh my God.
Well, we have a lot of jellyfish in Jamaica, of course. And
yeah.
I don't know if this is folklore or I don't know.
It's not folklore. I heard it works.
About peeing on it, if the jelly thing.
I have heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
Get someone to pee on it.
I know people who've done it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something in the urine that neutralizes the toxin. It causes the reaction.
Adrian got stung by a jellyfish when he was a kid, and the first thing his mom did was grab a baby diaper, put it on there.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard about stories like that, but I've never been stung myself by a jellyfish.
Come here. You know, me and you are going to have a talking to in a minute. You know that? We're going to have a talking to. Hang on a minute. I got to go fix her some food. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wayne says he was shocked to find out that his mom now has cats because they only had dogs growing up. And he asked her if she's becoming an old cat lady.
And then Sharon says, age makes us flip flop. I agree.
I think they certainly are less maintenance, you know? So if you want a companion without all the maintenance, I guess that is the way to go.
Yeah. I'm going to try a decorative stitch on the edge of this quilt. Fabric.
Oh. He's so funny. Uh-oh. Do you have a crash over there?
All right, let's see what this looks like.
Okay. Sharon. Sharon says, my cats come and go through the cat door. Sharon also says, fire ants and tiny scorpions we have here. Man, I've stepped on a scorpion and my goodness, they don't feel very, it's like when you step on a scorpion or get stung by one, it feels like you walked across a hot coal from like a fire or something. Because Florida has scorpions in South Florida. I never saw any up northern part of it.
One thing about growing up in the city is that bugs is just not something you have to really deal with, you know?
You know what I didn't see? I didn't see bugs in California, which I find interesting. But you find them all over the place in Florida. Florida's like the capital of Bug City.
Well, Florida's, you know, very dry, very wet, and Cali is very dry in general.
Yeah.
So
Katie is from my neck of the woods. I am indeed. Okay, let me see here. I'm going to lay these out so make sure I got them. Don't do a boo-boo here. So Something looks like it's already going to be a bluebird.
Okay.
All right. Let's change those from step 7 to step 5. Okay. Beware, the human scorpions as we can be deadly too, says Wayne. Mr. Comedy today. What is it? Something like, what's the saying? Something about, something like a bee sting and something else. God dang it, I can't think of the saying now.
Does it float like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
Yeah, that saying.
That's the only one I know. That's what Muhammad Ali used to say.
Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. I couldn't think of the exact quote. Hey, Robin, welcome, welcome.
Hi, Robin.
She says, I'd rather get stung by a bee than a scorpion. Oh, that makes two of us.
Hey, Robin.
Scorpions do hurt worse.
I've never been stung by a scorpion. I've seen a few scorpions in my life, but I did read that book, The Prom.
They don't feel good. I can tell you that right now. They hurt.
All right, so I just made a huge boo-boo.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying out decorative stitching on the edge of this quilt. And somehow I started with this stitch and somehow it changed.
Uh-oh.
This stitch.
Uh-oh.
So how did that happen?
That out?
I don't know. So I'm going to pick it out. Which I don't normally do, but.
That's going to be fun. Yeah. Did you expect to have this kind of fun tonight?
Pulling out quilting stitches is the worst. It is the worst.
Yeah. Yep. Luckily, I extended the stitch length as far as I could. And also, I'm going to say it's user error because I've never used these decorative stitches. So
maybe practice on it a little bit, figure out what went wrong maybe on a scrap piece.
Because I did the practice. I did do some practice first before I started, but then I think I may have touched something.
You probably did.
Yeah.
You might have bumped something.
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Nora, I don't know what you're doing, but you better get in here where I can see what you're doing.
So
she's hilarious.
I'm always amused at people talking to.
Well, it's because she's
animals like people. It's just not a cultural.
She's a nosy dog sometimes. Like she can find. What I took away from her a minute ago is I guess I dropped my asthma cap cover that goes to my inhaler. Mm-hmm. She found it. She was going to proceed to chew on the darn thing. And I'm like, really?
Well, you dropped it.
Yeah, I dropped it. I didn't know I dropped it though. It probably dropped it out of my jacket pocket more than likely.
I'm trying not to tear the fabric, so.
It's what it is she can't find her little red ball, which means I'm going to have to go on a hunt and see if I can find her red balls because all of them are missing now.
She has to be like, you're the one who has the spidey sense, not me. You should be able to smell the balls.
Let me see. Nora, find your ball. Where's your ball? Find your ball. Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Go find your ball. I'm pretty sure that they are underneath something that I can't see under. Find your ball. Go get your ball. Go get your ball. Well, I know you got that one under there. Yeah, play with that one. That'll be fun by me. Daddy has some stuff for Daddy bought her some pig ears. You want to see a dog go crazy? Did Shonda leave? No. I see what
you just need to unspotlight me.
Wait, y'all were supposed to remind me. Turn the spotlight. Stop. I forget to turn that off sometimes. I'm like, wait, I don't see anybody, but yeah. I'm surprised somebody in the channel didn't say something. Let's see. John said something. There is a problem with the internal cam stack. That middle part that fall. Oh, what is he talking about? The metal part that follows the cam. I don't know what he's talking about. Baba Furball said that. I must have missed something.
No, I don't know what that means.
Me neither. Unless he's talking about the camera being stuck, which means it was just on Spotlight.
Oh, maybe.
Then Luane says, one of my grandpas lived in West Texas, and when I visited one of the first time, he told me was to check my shoes and boots before putting them on for snakes and scorpions. Golly, I can't even imagine. Then
John, he was talking about what happened with Janice.
Oh, gotcha.
What did he say? What? No, I need
he said there is a problem with the internal cam stack, that metal part that follows the cam. Talking about the inside your machine.
Okay.
But then he says it needs to be worked a bit so it won't jump out to the other stitches.
Okay.
Somebody who knows something about a machine.
Yeah. Yeah. Bummer. I might just have to not get too fancy on this quilt. Because I was almost done. You know, this is the last part that I'm doing.
And hopefully it won't take long for you to rip it out.
Luckily, I figured it out before I got too far.
I think tonight is going very well. What do you think?
It's certainly fun.
Yeah. I love sewing.
I'm actually getting some sewing done, which is great because
John says he was talking about your machine, Denise. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting some sewing done too.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, and unfortunately I don't know enough, so
you know how I learned how to take the bottom off my Janome?
How did you learn?
I'm into Janome Facebook groups, and one day when I discovered that I had a straight pin actually fall, I saw it fall in the hole. I freaked out and went long after I had the machine when it happened. And so I went into the group and I posted about what had happened. And someone answered and says, "Have you seen the technical handbook?" And I'm like, "You mean the one that came with the machine?" "No, not that one." And so she sent me a link to download the PDF of it. And she says, "Go to page blah, blah, blah." So I did. And lo and behold, it step by step told you how to take the bottom off the machine. And it was for people who service sewing machines.
Now, I've never taken the bottom off of this machine, but my other Janome, I did take the bottom off once for the same reason. I had dropped a pin in there and I was afraid it was going to mess up the internals of the machine if I didn't get it out.
Yep. So you've experienced that same problem I have. Dropping pins.
I am ruthless when it comes to pins. I'll sew right over those things.
Well, you know, when I was making my own clothes, I sewed over many straight pins and never hit with a needle.
That's probably back when we had all metal machines, though, you know?
Yeah, we did. She did. That machine was all metal, most of it. You know, so she never said to take the pins out. But I never hit a pin either. But my eyesight was really good back then, too. Now, well, let's see. Since I've had this machine, I think I broke 2 needles by hitting a pin.
That's what it was. It wasn't a pin. I broke a needle. And it was small. And there was no way for me to get it out from the top. That's what it was. It wasn't a pin. It was a broken needle because I sewed over a pin.
Yeah. I've broken a needle twice running over a pin, but then I've broken 2 micro tips, not from breaking a pin, but because I went through too thick of a, you know, where I had like multiple seams going together. Kind of find out those little microtips don't like those kind of seams.
Now, I haven't broken a needle on just because the seam was too thick. I haven't done that yet, but it's always like heart stopping when you break. It's like my heart stops
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, what did I break
Yeah.
now? You know?
And my concern is always the needle, the tip of the needle going into the down into the machine and not being able to get it out.
Yep.
Yep, that's why I had to figure out how to open it up from the bottom
Hmm.
to get it. That was the only way it was coming out because I wasn't going to pay somebody to do it.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to pay for a service for that.
I get to see me packing this up and sending it to Denmark and say, I need you to get all my straight pins out. You know what? Nora, you are going to have to wait. I am doing so. I need to go find her. I need to go see if I can get a big, huge leg bone or something from the butcher and have it like cut in small pieces where she can sit outside and chew one. It's almost getting warm enough to let her stay out for a little while. Uh-oh, I didn't pin that. Darn it.
Do they like it when they stay outside for a bit?
Yep, they love it. I took her for a walk today though, so she got a walk today. Now that the snow's melted enough, well, most of the snow was gone. All the snow was gone yesterday morning, and then last night he went up and snowed. But then when I looked out at 5 a.m., everything was white again. But then when I went to the store earlier, there was no snow on the ground anymore. It had already melted. So there's a transition happening here. We're going into spring early. The lake has been trying to, the lake is, you can't get on the lake now. They've issued a warning. Please stay off the lake.
We didn't even get a decent snow this year in North Carolina, like at all. It snowed more in Georgia this summer. I mean, this winter than it did here in North Carolina.
You should have seen Blaze. He made himself a snowman. Nikolaj says, yeah, I have some pig ears for Nora. She likes them. I always worry about her choking on them, but the way she attacks them with such gusto. But she hasn't choked herself on them. Okay, let me go press these, and then we can put the sides on. Move. You're in my way. She's been like this little, you know the analogy where you have this little spring and one part's attached to her nose and the other part is attached to the back of my leg. So everywhere I go, it's like the little rubber band dog. She's been like that for a couple of days because she knows he's coming home, I think.
Is she one of those dogs that can sense when you're not okay?
Yes. Because I've seen her when I've had, like if I'm having a really bad mental day where I'm just either angry or sad, she knows. Yeah. She's like glued to my side. She'd probably make a good
emotional support dog.
Yeah. She's really attentive. Not to the point of being annoying. Well, sometimes annoying, but not bad annoying. But she definitely knows when I'm not right. And I don't understand how she figures it out, but she does. But she can also tell when it's time for, when it, like a couple days before Nikolaj's getting ready to go, she knows. I don't know how she knows, but she knows. This PMQ is going to be interesting.
The flyaway?
Yeah, this Phoenix. I have a feeling it's going to live up to its name.
How so, Katie?
Hang on. As soon as I get this other side together, I'll show you both of the clues, and you'll see what I mean. There's parts of this that remind me of fire.
Katie, what colorway are you doing?
Phoenix.
You're doing Phoenix. Okay. Oh, you just said it.
Yeah, it's a batik. There was two batik colorways, and the other one was a purple and teal or something. But this one has greens and reds with oranges and yellows, and the this three it has three shades of green in it, but it also has this. It's like a blue gray with cream mixed in with it, and it's giving an interesting effect. You'll see when I show it to you in a minute. I just got to get it pressed. We'll put the other side on and then I'll show it to you.
Maybe I'll do the next PMQ.
You know what the next one's going to be called? I know what the name of it's going to be called.
I forgot.
I have no idea.
I saw it on their website, but I don't remember what it was.
It's going to be Under the Sea.
Oh.
Under the Sea.
Oh.
So Flyaway is about bird migration.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one's going to be about what's under the ocean. So it should be fun. And from what Kim told us at that last month on Thursday, she said that some of the batiks are going to really be. She showed us some of the colorways. We saw some of them.
Ooh.
And some of them are really cool.
I can just imagine.
And then there was some that was like, meh.
I do like the variety of colorways that they have. So there's like usually something for everyone.
Yeah.
With the Wild West, I had difficulty even deciding if I was, because I have never missed a PMQ since spring of 2019. I was having difficulties even liking any of Wild West, and then I chose Delilah. And I don't think I'm going to be too terribly disappointed when I get it finished.
Yeah. I didn't do the Wild West. And I don't know if I'm going to do the next one because I've
got enough going on.
I have too much going on. Yes.
Yeah, with that, if you're working on that PhD, you might not have time for that.
Yeah, because I haven't even, as you see, I haven't even opened the package for Clue 1.
So how can we motivate you into getting it done this summer?
I'll get it done. I just, I'm always very busy, and I tend to keep piling things on. So I just need to pace myself well.
When is the end of your semester?
I know the next set of courses begin in July.
Oh, so are you doing a fast track summer?
It might be. I don't know if it's.
Ooh, girlfriend.
I don't know if it's a fast track. I am trying to finish as quickly as I can, but
I hated doing the classes in this summer because you only have was it 6 weeks or 8 weeks? Because there's 2 semesters in a summer.
Yeah.
Or 2 terms in a summer. And my gosh, you have to cram for those. So I hope you take some courses that are like you don't have to think too much.
Yeah.
Because I ended up doing things like what did I do once? Because I did some summer courses, and I think I ended up doing like anything that didn't require me to do a research paper. I would do during the summer, because if it was a research paper, you could forget it. I would do it in a regular term because there was no way I was going to get a research paper done.
Well, this is one of those online kind of self-paced courses. So the courses are 10 weeks long, and then you get a 2-week break, and then you start another set of courses. So
my daughter is doing something like that because she graduated from NC State last year in May, and I think she got a degree in psych and business. But then she decided she wanted to go back and get her accounting degree because she could get her bachelor's with minimal efforts since she already had the business. and a lot of the stuff transferred over.
Yeah.
And that's how her program is. It's like an online thing, and it's self-paced.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's pretty highly motivated. So she's just breezing through it like you can do when you're in your early 20s.
Yes.
I thought about finding an online university college where I could do online classes where, you know, I just do it in my own pace kind of thing, not necessarily to, you know, I wouldn't mind earning credit hours, but I don't know, maybe I'm too old for this stuff now.
You're never too old, but also, you know, you gotta do what you can do. Do it for you. You know, if you need to do it, then do it.
Yeah, I've always been one of these that like to learn, you know, and I loved going to college. I really did. Even when I thought, you know, like taking calc algebra and pre-calculus. Oh my God, and physics. So the ones that I had the hardest time with was third level algebra, pre-calculus, physics, soils and fertilizers, and what was the other one? Chemistry, because all of them had to do with freaking math.
If I got to take physics, I'm out. I'm
Physics
out.
was physics was a pain in the butt.
I took it in high school because I mean I didn't need the credit. I already had all my math credits, but I was like, why not? You know, I was kind of an overachiever. And I was like, I'm not trying to work this hard my senior year. I dropped that class so fast.
Was definitely a pain in the butt, let me tell you.
I had to do, and then and the guy who taught it, you know, I was like, no. I dropped physics and calculus, and I was like, no.
I finally realized the reason I needed to take the pre-calc and the chemistry was because you need it for soils and fertilizers. And I'm like, why do I need to learn algebra for soils and fertilizers? By the time I was done, I realized why I needed it.
I always said, because when I was I told you guys earlier that I had stopped going to school. I had to quit school because after my second child was born, I was just too tired and I wasn't making good grades because I was just too tired to do the work. Because she was literally an infant. She was an infant. And I was a single parent at the time, and I had her and a 5-year-old, and I was like, this is too much. And then I decided, I was like, well, when she starts kindergarten, then I can go back to school at that point, right? Because I have like a 5-year-old and an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
But then, you know, I got married, and it was like, well, either I'm going to have another baby, or I'm going back to school because I can't do both. And I decided to have my son, and I was like, well, if I have this kid, I'm not going to college until he does, was basically my mindset. I knew that I personally did not have the bandwidth to work full time, go to school full time, and have 3 kids. Like it just, I couldn't do it. Now I've seen other people do it. I've seen people do it, but I couldn't do it.
That's
I think the reason I did it was because I was at that point in my, you know, because I felt like I missed out on stuff when I tried the first go around because I let everything get in the darn way of it. And then for, you know, I didn't even think about going back to, I talked about it when we first got married, and he was doing the same crap my dad was doing. You don't need to go to college. You just need to do this, this, and this. And I'm like, what is it with men and women going to college? I didn't understand. And I guess about 13 years into our marriage, one day I was like, I'm going back to school whether you like it or not. And I did. I went back to school. He didn't like it one little bit, but I did it. And it was because I think it was I was in that point in my life where I needed to do something besides what I was doing. And that's how it is with anyone. It's like you should, Chandra, you know, you find yourself, you know, you only do what you can do, you know?
Yep. I just knew like if I did it, I was going to sacrifice too much.
You knew your limit at the time.
Yeah. That's definitely it.
You don't know how many times I took my 3 kids to class with me. So many times. I had no choice. I mean, I couldn't afford daycare, and when school was out, but we had college still going on, and I would talk to my instructors, and the comment was, you can bring them to class if they will be quiet, but if they get they start distracting, I'll have to kick you and them out. They never were distracting in a class. And instructors would walk up, what did you do to your children to make them stay so quiet? Nothing. They're always like this when they're in a public situation? Yes. Because we would take, when they were babies, my in-laws would take us out to eat often. And if I didn't keep my babies in check when grandpa was around, you know what he would do? He would do this. Right here. Boom. And I couldn't have him laying his fingers on my children like that. So I taught him how to behave in the grocery store and how to behave in a restaurant. So when I would take them to class, they never acted out. Now, when I went to the greenhouse, oh my God. The wild child came out of all of them.
That was, I don't have a lot of patience for that. So my kids never really, I would say of all of them, the only one that ever really acted out was my oldest one. She was definitely the hardest one. She put me through my paces. She was not an easy child. But she didn't, but only with me. She did not misbehave with other people. And she did not misbehave in public. It was just home.
Did you ever go through a thing with your daughter where she was sneaking people into the bedroom window?
Absolutely not. My son snuck out of the bedroom window in the middle of the night to go see his little girlfriend rode his bike to her house. But my daughters were late bloomers. So there was no boy activity. Like my middle daughter, she had a boyfriend, but they never did anything until she was like 18.
So after my husband did what he did, the two girls were going to church for a little while, and Kristen met this young boy in the church. And I didn't know that they were sneaking around seeing each other because, Kristen couldn't date anyone for, I think, 6 months because that's the church rules when you first join a church, that church anyway. And one morning I go walking in her room unannounced, and oh my God. And I'm like, really? So she snuck him into the bedroom window and he never went home. And I said, did you call your dad and mom, tell them where you're at? No. So then I lectured both of them and I said, you need to go home. And about a week later, I had cops on my doorstep. Do you own a little Ford Ranger, gold colored, blah, blah, blah? I'm like, yeah, why? And I went outside and the truck was gone. She took the truck, went to his house, parked it down the street from his house, walked up to his house, crawled in their bedroom window, was at his house.
That's bold.
Unbeknownst to his parents. So they weren't even aware of it.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah. And the reason the cops were on my doorstep is they wanted to know why the truck was way over there and not home. Because it looked suspicious where it was sitting at.
I cannot imagine that.
And boy. And she'd never been in any trouble until after her dad died. And, and I think that was just her acting out because she was angry. I don't believe she was mad at me. She was just angry and didn't know what to do with herself. And she was acting out because she was still under the age of 18. And I told her, I said, when I went over there to get her, or how did I get over there? I think the cops took me over there to get the truck. I think that's what they did. And I went and I knocked on the door and I said, is my daughter at your house? No. I said, yeah, she is. And it was nasty, let me tell you.
Yeah, when we found out, like I guess her mom didn't know that he was sneaking over there. So it didn't go over well when I told her.
Yeah, they were upset as I was. I'm like, I don't have anything against them dating. They weren't supposed to be dating because of the rules of the church. And if that hadn't been a rule, they may not have ever even tried sneaking around. but because there's a stupid rule.
I think children just make bad choices,
They do. And
frontal cortex not fully developed. So,
yep.
I made so many bad choices. So many.
Fear ran my life, so I never got to sneak out of bedroom windows or anything else because I knew what would happen to me.
I didn't sneak out the bedroom window. I snuck out the front door. I lived on the 8th floor of an apartment building. There's no sneaking out the window. So if I'm sneaking out, I'm sneaking out the front door.
Out the front door? Oh my God.
Yep. I used to time it. I used to sneak out because my grandparents were like clockwork, right? They went to bed at 11 p.m. every night. And so I would wait for them to go to bed and then I would sneak out. And I knew that my grandfather, he got up really, really early before work, because he had to drive far to get to work. And so he would get up really, really early. But my grandmother got up every day at like 6:30. So I would wait to see him leave. And when I saw his car leave, I would sneak back in the house before my grandmother woke up.
Oh my gosh.
Good times.
The things we do as kids is amazing.
Good times. But the thing is, and this is what I tell my kids. Well, I don't tell this to my kids. I say this to Adrian, and I'll whisper to him. I'll be like, these kids aren't doing anything that I didn't do. I just didn't get caught. So what? They are just not smart enough to be doing this stuff.
Exactly.
You might be surprised what's going on that you don't know about. Because one time me and the kids were talking about the few times that I would leave them at the house and told them that they weren't allowed to have any friends over while I was at school or something because they were getting older or I was working. I don't remember what it was. I got told, I guess, about 5 years ago, Mom, you know all the times you told us we couldn't have anybody over the house when you were gone away from the house? Yeah, what about it? Levi and all of them were at the house when you weren't there. And I'm like, what?
But we have cameras now.
Yeah, you have cameras, but back then I wasn't even aware. And Levi wasn't a big deal anyway, because Levi was like part of the family anyway. But the fact that she's like told me that they would sneak him in right after I leave, you'd be waiting down the road. I'm like, guys are crazy.
Hey, like Sean. I said, I thoroughly enjoyed my childhood.
Hi, Linda.
The only time I ever really did something really hey Linda, the only time I ever really, and hi Sean, the only time I guess I ever really chastised my kids, which was the two girls, is one time they got corrected from time to time because they would do something or I'd catch them doing something, but they never really were troublemakers in their early teenage years. But Lynette and Kristen, or Lynn says, Mom, I'm going to go take Sophie for a walk, and Kristen's going with me. I said, Thomas isn't going with you? Nope. So, and they had a rule of where they were allowed to walk the dog because I didn't want them anywhere near Country Club Road, which is just was 1 block away, and a 12-year-old kid got hit by a car on that road, and I didn't want them anywhere near that road. So they were gone for a bit longer, and I walked in there, I said, Thomas, did the girls say anything about what they were doing when they were out walking the dog? No. But the way he answered me, I knew something was up because he knew something was up because that's why he didn't go with them. He was smart enough to say no. I'm like, interesting. I said, so I told him, I said, I'm going to go look for the girls because I was getting concerned. And I rode around that block. I could not find any of them, not the dog, not the two girls. And I got scared. So I decided to go down Country Club Road and see if by some chance they were down the sidewalk down that road. And I got about halfway down the road between us and where the store was at. And I see my oldest crossing the road with the dog in tow and not her younger sister with her, crossing in oncoming traffic in both directions. My heart about fell on the floor. So when it pulled up, I'm like, get in the truck. And she did. where's your sister? In the store. And I said, so you're here. You left your very young sister in the store by herself? Yes, ma'am. Why? I don't know. Because she knew she was in trouble.
Classic kid behavior. I don't know.
I don't know. So I go walking in the store and I'm just seething. You know how parents are because they scared me. So I go walking in the store and Kristen's standing at the candy rack looking at candy bars. So she didn't see me walk in the door. And when I walked up, she says, she turns around, Mom. And I said, you have 2 seconds to get your butt in the truck. And she went to say, I said, don't. Get in the truck. And the cashier's watching this whole thing go on. And the look on her face is like, uh-oh, something's wrong. So when I got home, oh my goodness, they got in so much trouble. But mostly it was Lynette that got in trouble, the older one, because she knew better. She was old enough to know that it was dangerous to cross that road, number one. Number two, she lied to my face. And that's what bugged me the most, is she lied to me. So I said, you know what? All of your you are on restriction for such and such amount of time, and don't ask me to undo any of the restrictions because you're going to learn you broke my trust today and you scared the crap out of me. And about 6 or 7 months later, she came in one day. She said, Mom, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm like, sure. You know how you had that little discussion about trust and stuff? Yep. I understand now. I said, I hope you do, because if something bad would have happened to you, I wouldn't. Yeah. I said, you scared me. And the fact that you lied to me broke my trust. That's why you haven't been allowed to do anything.
That is one thing I get, because I'm completely different from my mom. But one of the things that I do get from her is that the worst thing my kid can do to me is lie to me. It is the absolute worst thing you can do is lie to me. I can't stand it. Her main saying was, the only thing worse than a thief is a liar. That was my mother's favorite saying when I was a kid growing up. And I live by that to this day. Like, you're a kid, you're gonna do things, but don't lie to me. It's just because I know you're lying.
Yeah.
Because I only ask questions I know the answers to. So when I'm asking you the question, I already know the answer. Yeah, I know the answer already.
And they'll say things like, "But if we tell you the truth, we're going to get into trouble." I'm like,
you're in double trouble now.
Yeah. So if you tell me the truth, what makes you think you're going to be in trouble?
Or sometimes they're only in trouble because they lied. It'd been like,
exactly.
It really wasn't that bad. I would have been, it really wouldn't have been that big a deal, except you lied.
Exactly. Because my grandmother would say she'd say every liar is a thief and every thief is a criminal. That's what she would say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I never understood it. I was like, that's not true. I would argue. I would argue with her because obviously 10-year-old me knew more than she did. Clearly she didn't know what she was talking about, but as an adult, I completely understand, because it's progression. It's progression. You start with lying, and then the next thing you know, you're doing something even very bad. But the worst thing you can do to me as a parent and as a teacher is lie. Just tell me the truth. Because as you said, I already know. I already know the truth.
You're insulting my intelligence.
Exactly. Plus,
Robin says, my dad used to say, it's my way or the highway. I was 12 and was gone for a month. So when he would say that to my brothers, he would look at me and say, you better do what I say. I didn't even get the highway. My dad was way meaner than that. Wayne says, my mom just sat back and laughed at my sisters and say, welcome to my world when the kids acted up. All right, here, let me show you the 2-piece. I finished clue 1 finally. So I'm going to spotlight so you guys can see what I mean about this being a cool one. Hopefully the camera will read the color right. You never know. Okay, here is clue 1A.
Oh, look at that.
I love those. I love it. And the orange, I can see the phoenix. I'm expecting like fiery colors. It's really nice.
See what I mean about it being like it's fire?
Yeah.
And
There's the
here's clue.
rain.
Here's clue B. Let me see which direction that's supposed to be in. Hang on a second, so I could post it in the right direction. Okay. And this is clue B, and I had to make 2 of these too.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Okay.
It's interesting to me how the different colorways look so different
Yep.
when the quilt is finished, because of the colors, how the colors play together.
I think it's going to turn out to be an interesting quilt top for sure.
Yeah.
I would, I don't know if you know the story about why I picked this color, but what I did is I posted a poll where it was Phoenix. What was the name of the purple blue batik one? Someone help me out here.
Yeah, I think I still have their website pulled up.
Yeah, because then there was a cotton one called Crimson Net or something like that, because that was the other choice.
I remember the poll. I think I participated, but I don't remember what the colorways are.
So it was Crimson Net, Phoenix, and I can't remember what the blue and purple batik one was.
Starling.
And so what I did is I asked everybody which one you all want me to do. So Starling had the highest percentage of votes, but then a bunch of people commented below and said, yeah, I voted for Starling, but I think you should do Phoenix, and here's why. And most of them said the same thing. They were saying, we know you love batiks. That's why we voted for Starling, but we also know that you like bright, hot colors and stuff. Why not try Phoenix and see what happens? So I ended up and chose Phoenix because of that comment. The Crimson Net barely got any votes. And I think this is going to turn out way more than I thought it was going to be. I'm satisfied that it's not going to be weird.
That drifter colorway speaks to me.
Yeah, that drifter was a nice one too. Sean, are you going back to batik for Under the Sea? Asked Luane. See, Luane knew what. Sean might not be aware about the colorways yet, Luane, because the only reason I know is because I was at the last month's Thursday cotton cut sew thing that we do every 3rd Thursday. See, when you go to that, you get to hear all kinds of little secrets from Kim, because Kim tells us things.
I'm at work when that is going on.
Yep, so. I know. She shows us things. So when she showed us colorways, I'm like, oh. I actually might have took a couple pictures of one of them. Let me see if I did or not. Can't remember if I did or not, because sometimes I try to take pictures with my camera so I can go back and look at them later. But it was if I did, it was the ones that were batiks. Go away. Thank you very much.
Well, it looks like it drops next month, so.
Yeah, she'll be putting it up for us to vote on the names of it. Or at least that's what she's been doing the last couple of times anyway. The reason people get to vote on the names of them is because of us who've been going on Thursday night. That one Thursday night, said, why can't we just vote on names? And she's like, actually, that's a great idea. My phone is being weird. What the heck?
Is it raining where you are, Janice?
Is it what?
Is it raining where you are?
It looks like it has stopped raining.
It started here.
Just started. It was pouring a while ago, but the sun is back out and it looks like it has stopped.
Let me see if I can.
So the rain has come to you now.
Yep.
Is it hard rain?
It sounds like it.
Yep.
Because the door down here it's a metal door because it's an outside door, and so when it rains, you can, hear the rain on the metal, and it sounds like it's raining pretty good.
Maybe I didn't take any pictures. I thought maybe I might have took one or two, but maybe I didn't. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, I can't find them. Okay. Kim said in the live, reveal the colorways will be posted next week. Okay. That means we'll get to see. Yeah, because she said they were getting close to having at least some sets. But she also asked if there was any colorways that we would like to see, and a couple of us gave her some ideas. All right, let's have a look at Clue 2. At least look at it.
So I have a question. Do you keep, those of you like Katie, I think you've done 18, 17?
Yeah, the one I'm working on now will be number 18.
18. Do you keep the sewing instructions?
I do.
What are you gonna do with them? What about those who are watching? Do you keep yours?
But I definitely are gonna keep these.
Yes, I definitely will keep that, but
yeah.
I have kept I've only done Tree of Life. And I do have all the sewing instructions, but I'm thinking maybe I should throw them away because I can't use them.
You want to see something interesting? This one is from Stratford. This is my first PMQ, and this is how the card came, just like that. And then let's see if I got these in the order. So this one was Olympia Simone. This one was Benet for So Sweet. This one's So Sweet Tiger Tail. This one is Village Green Begonia. This one is Bomb Pop Carnival. Hot Air Balloon Carnival. This one's Hope Tree of Life.
So guys,
time for you to go.
My son has his first prom.
Oh, congratulations.
And he just came out dressed to the nines. So I'm just gonna, if I'm this, he's not gonna.
Aw, we want to see.
He's not gonna come on. Are you gonna, would you come? No, he's not gonna. He's
like, nope, not hardly.
He looks so good, so I'm distracted. I'm trying to see the colorways, but I'm like, look at my son.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. So what grade is he in?
He's in 11th grade.
Oh my goodness, he's a junior.
Mm-hmm. My son went to his junior prom 2 weeks ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They one of his friends has a driver's license, so they rented like a Ferrari or a Jaguar or something like that.
Oh my God.
I didn't pay for it.
Yeah. my son is he's 6, he just turned 16, so he is not he's just doing driver's ed. So daddy will be the chauffeur tonight.
All right.
Yeah, like I said, my son doesn't have his license. One of his friends does. I told my son, I'm like, mom's not paying for your driver's license. You don't have to pay for that yourself. I'm not paying your car insurance.
Yep, his car insurance is going.
As you speak, Shonda, I'm like, my daughter's like, why do I have to pay for everything?
Because that's the way it is.
Because you're an adult.
Nobody paid for mine.
Exactly.
Yeah, get a job just like the rest of us did.
Oh, she's working.
He has a job.
She has a job. She's working.
Well,
she's 21. Oh, she's going to be 21 in June. So she's just about to graduate from nursing school. And she has a part-time job. But she doesn't want to pay for anything. She's like, it's not fair. Why do I have to
But it
pay
is
for
fair.
it?
This is
One
how
day
we
she
100% fair.
Yeah, this is what teaches you how to become an adult.
So
you might not be paying rent right now, but you know this is a good way to learn.
she came into my room and she was like, adulting is exhausting. I don't want to do it anymore.
She sounds like my daughter. That sounds like my daughter. I know at one point she had 3 jobs.
It's kind of like my kids, my daughters. Thomas never asked, but both the girls, I want you to buy me a car. I'm like, you want a car? You get yourself a job. I said, because, well, did your daddy buy your car? I said, no, I had a part-time job while going to high school, and I paid for everything on that car, including the insurance.
I didn't buy my girls their cars. I didn't pay for their car insurance. I paid for none of that stuff. I already do this, right?
Yeah. Well, see, it's our job as parents to raise them healthy, give them love, make sure they get an education, all these things that nurtures a child. But it is not our job, if you think about it, our job is not to give them all the extra things, because what matters most is how you treat your child and how much you love them.
Yeah.
And how much
And how you're going to appreciate things that are given to you all the time.
Yeah. And a lot of times if things are given to you for free with no requirement, then you can't appreciate what you got. But if you work for it, then you have something to be proud of. And as a teenager, an early adult, where they're still living home with mom and dad, the best way to teach them to learn how to be responsible is let them take on a car payment or a car and insurance before they ever get involved with housing, because housing's a whole big animal all by itself.
Yeah.
We're not, if I'm not charging you rent, then I'm already paying.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I'm paying your major expense here for you.
Exactly. Yeah. It's I know it's hard. I know it's hard for her, but at the same time, my husband and I, we go, these kids are so lucky. You know?
Right.
Luane's funny. Luane says, I thought I was the bomb as mom let me use her car, a 1981 Cadillac, to pick up my friends and a date for the senior prom.
Oh.
A Cadillac. Yeah, I can imagine that, actually. Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
It was funny. Someone messaged me, or no, they made a comment on a post that I commented on. And it was a group that I'm in that has to do with Lake City, and I made a comment to someone because a picture was posted. I'm like, I know who this is, and I wrote in there who it was, and then someone below says, I remember when you were driving to high school with your 1967 Pontiac GTO. You thought you were the hottest thing, and you thought you had the hottest ride in the parking lot. And I wrote back, I did have the hottest ride in the parking lot.
I had a
ride. I stayed in trouble with that car. Oh my God. Every cop in Columbia County knew who I was. I can tell you one time I was squealing, a friend that, well, he was a church friend, and he had a Chevy Super Sport or something about the same year as my GTO, I guess. And we were sitting at a stoplight, and he's like revving his engine up. And I'm like, oh, so you want to challenge me, do you? And so I had my sister in the other front seat. And she's like, Kat, you really shouldn't. I'm like, I don't care. So I raised my engine up a little bit. So when we left the stoplight, he didn't move. But I was squealing tires going through the stop or the green light. And about 2 seconds later, there was a cop pulling my behind over. And the cop comes up and says, let me see your driver's license and insurance. And so I gave it to him. And he says, what did you think you were doing at that stoplight? He says, yeah, that's what I thought. And he said, you know what he did? Instead of giving me a ticket, he humiliated my butt. You know what he did? He says, whose car does this belong to? Me. And then he reached his head in the window and he says, do you have a driver's license? Asking my sister. Yes, sir. And he says, you get behind the wheel of the car and she gets behind there. And if I see her driving her car all day long, I'm going to arrest her butt. And do any more squealing tires at a stoplight.
I feel so blessed that I did not have a car when I was a teenager because I got into so much trouble without one. I can't imagine the trouble I would have gotten into if I had access to four wheels. I had to walk everywhere. I took public transportation everywhere. I didn't have a car. I had one friend with a car. One. That was it. And he crashed his car and his mom's.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I didn't have a car either until I was a parent.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah.
I was 25. I think I was like 25 when I got my driver's license.
Yeah. Yep, I was in my 20s too. But in Jamaica, you can't get your driver's license before 18.
That sounds like Greenland. They can't get a license until they're 18 as well.
I was too poor because in North Carolina, you have to have car insurance. You can't even get your driver's license unless you have car insurance.
Yep.
And so I couldn't afford the car insurance. It was like I was 20 years old with a baby, broke. I didn't have $300 a month for car insurance. So I just did without.
Yeah. I worked part-time at this little cactus nursery for like 3 years. That's how I had money for that stuff. Because my parents didn't pay for any of it. But every time I got into trouble, he would throw that car in my face. I let you buy that car, blah, 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 blah.
He was right about that, Katie.
I know. Yeah, because he had to sign for it. Because back then, you know, a 16-year-old couldn't just go and buy a car.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't. Can't enter into a contract until you're 18.
Yeah.
Unless you're emancipated.
Even after I turned 18, I went to buy what was it I went to buy? Where I ended up borrowing a tiny bit of money. I borrowed a tiny bit of money from the bank or something. And it required even though I was over the age of 18, it still required my dad to sign off on it.
Might have been more like a guarantor situation, you know?
Yeah.
Because they're like, you're young, you don't know how responsible you are. We need a grown up to make sure you're going to pay this.
Yeah.
But it's different now. If they did that to you now, that would be discrimination. You could sue them.
Yep. You know, when I got married to my husband, like if you know, back, and I don't know exactly when things began to change, but for the longest time, a woman couldn't even get a credit card without her husband signing off on it. And there was
we couldn't get anything.
When we first were married, and I wanted my own credit card, I wasn't allowed to do it without permission from my husband to have a credit card.
Yep. I think in Jamaica, the law still says that a woman can't sign a contract to purchase a house with if she's a single woman, then her lawyer has to sign a document saying he or she explained it to her and she understood fully. So if you have a husband, you don't need that document. But if you don't have a husband, then the lawyer has to attest to that.
So the assumption that the man is smarter than the woman.
Yes.
Yep.
And
Lord have mercy.
That is just, it's a law on the books that just hasn't changed. Which to me I was so upset when we were purchasing our house in Jamaica. I was like, what? Very offended.
That's wild, especially when you consider that a lot of women are more financially literate than men are.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna go give a little kudos to my son. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Tell him we said hey.
I will. I'm done.
Tell him have a good time and to drive, be safe while he's out.
Yeah.
You got it all ripped out now?
I did, and I've sewn around the edges. I'll show you the back.
Okay. Oh, look at it. It looks real good.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks great.
I'm all done.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Vicky.
So the story is I had this little toddler here for a few nights while his mom gave birth, and that toddler whipped my blank. I'm like, this little kid. Oh no, I know now. I know I'm too old. And so I said, but I discovered he liked Mickey Mouse, and so I was able to use Mickey Mouse to get him to do what he needed to do.
Aww.
So I said, okay, I'll make him a Mickey Mouse blanket, but I will never keep him overnight again, not until he's older. So that's where this little quilt came from. So now he'll have a little quilt all his own with Mickey Mouse on it.
That's sweet though.
Yep, very sweet.
I'm with you. I only want kids I can give back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love kids. I'm a teacher, right?
Right, exactly.
But I love to be able to send them back to their mamas or their daddies afterwards.
Wait till you have your first grand.
I know.
When you have your first grand, there is nothing like it because you have that same deep love and affection, but you know that when you've had enough,
yeah,
go home with mommy and daddy.
Yep, come on and get your baby. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't even know if my kids are going to have kids.
Are they all not acting like they're interested?
Yeah. Well, I think my son would be the most likely. Um, my oldest, she's, it's not too late, but she'll be 29 this year. So I feel like if she was going to do it, it's something she would have, already thought about or considered. And she's definitely not considering it.
Yeah, don't chalk that up to nothing because my oldest daughter had her baby at 32. We thought
I don't see it.
I didn't think I was going to get any kids from her. Her and Eric weren't planning on it. And then they went and kept Blaze for a month before they flew him to California to turn him over to his dad. And when they came back, Lynn said it was like something was missing out of their household.
So yeah, but my daughter's not even dating. She's not even dating anyone.
Oh,
so
she's not dating
it's not,
anyone.
so it's not like there's someone in her life that's a possible,
oh, gotcha.
So I don't see it happening. My middle child, the other daughter, she I don't know, she might, but she might. But I don't really see it though. It's possible, but I really don't see it.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to get any more grands. I think everybody's done unless Thomas gets a girlfriend and they end up with one. I think the girls are done. I asked Lynette recently, I'm like, don't you want another one? She's like, Mom.
In this economy, daycare is expensive.
Yeah, because Ava just turned, she's going to turn 5. Let's see, this is April, May, June. She turns 5 in June, I think. Yeah, in June because she was born. She's a COVID baby.
Okay.
She was born right in the middle of COVID, but she was born at home. Lynette made the decision she was not going to the hospital to have a baby, especially right in the middle of a pandemic. She waited until she was just about to hit the second trimester to even tell me she was pregnant because I guess she was worried that if she told anyone she would lose it because she was up in age and with the history of the trouble I had giving birth and her paternal grandmother also having issues, she didn't know whether she'd be able to carry or not.
I was like that, but with my last one with my son, I didn't tell anyone until I was out of my first trimester because they
Yeah,
say, if anything's going to happen, that's when it's going to happen.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
didn't tell anybody. Well, not, I mean, my
That's
husband,
why I was
but
shocked when she says, "Mom, I have something to tell you." And when she told me, I'm like, "What did you just say?" She's like, "I'm pregnant." And I was like, "Oh my gosh," because I really honestly did not think her and Eric had any intentions of raising a family. And and Ava is a spitting image of her mom. You can see Eric in her face, but a lot of the faces that Ava makes brings me back memories of Lynn making those faces. She messaged me the other day and we were talking. She says, "Mom, I have a really weird question for you." I'm like, "Okay." Was I a handful when I was a baby? I'm like, "What do you mean? Was I temperamental and stuff?" I said, "You didn't get temperamental until I gave birth to Thomas. You literally were jealous." And I thought I had her all prepped and ready to go, about me having another baby, because her and Thomas are like less than 3 weeks away from being like 2 years apart. So she'd been number one for almost 2 years. And when her grandparents brought her up to the hospital to see me and him, she didn't want nothing to do with either one of us. Hurt my feelings. But
yeah, when
every so often she would, I told her, I said, "You like going to the neighbor's house a lot. And sometimes when I wouldn't let you go to the neighbor's house, you would get temperamental about it." And it was because it was a married couple, and she was an older woman, older than me and my husband, and she had no children of her own, but she took a fancy to Lynette, and Lynette liked her too. So she would come over and say, "Can I have her over for a little while, and you can get a break, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Okay," but she was a nice person. And her husband was always fishing, so he would always give us fish that he had caught. I said, "Every now and then you would act like that, but not all the time. For the most part, you were a happy baby until I had Thomas. And then you went through, once Chris was born, you were like over all of it." She didn't act jealous of Kristen at all.
yeah, when my son was born, my daughters would have been like 5 and 11 or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. So they doted on him.
Let's
I
see.
think that's why he's so spoiled, because they did all the things for him that I wouldn't. The things that I would normally make him do by himself, they would do for him.
Sharon says, "Well, I didn't think I would get grandkids either from my son. Now I have 3 granddaughters from him. Don't give up." Luane says, "My nephew didn't see it either, but a one-night stand and boom, a baby boy." Robin says, "My oldest son said, 'I'm never having kids.' He has 4." And Sharon says she has 4 granddaughters. Robin says she has 3 boys and 1 girl grandbaby. And Sharon also says that her stepdaughter gave us another granddaughter. Luane says, "My mom had to wait until my sister was 40 to be a grandma." Wow. Women are
I guess
having
there's still
babies at
time.
later ages. Sharon says, "Total of 4 girls. My son is thinking of maybe trying for a boy." Sharon said she was 27 when she had her son. So with my kids, I was less than a month away from my 25th birthday when I gave birth to my first child. Then I was 27 when I had Thomas and 28 when I had Kristen.
I was really young for my first one. I was 19 when she was born. She was born that June, and I turned 20 that September.
Wow.
But the last one, I got pregnant when I was 30. And the difference in being pregnant when you are 19 or 25 versus being 30 to me was night and day.
Yep.
Night and day. It was
Yeah.
so easy. It's so easy to be 19 and pregnant. Like, it's like that's what your body is designed to do. And you
Mm-hmm.
just do it, and it's so stinking easy. But when I was 30, it was hard. I was tired all the time. I I was like, this is not the same experience. I mean, the pregnancy went fine. I had no complications, but just it was so different. So different. And
Yeah.
so I was like, if I'm gonna have another one, it needs to be in the next 2 years. If I don't have another baby in the next 2 years, I'm not having any more.
Yeah.
And nothing came in that time, and I was done.
When
Yep.
I got smart with Kristen when I decided that I was going to wait till the last minute to go to the hospital with her, and I almost didn't get there in time because I was there 45 minutes that I gave birth to her because I didn't want them hooking me up to asthma medicine and stuff because as bad as my asthma was, it would create secondary problems during labor. And I'd end up in my first one, it took me 32 hours to give birth, and the second one was 26 and a half hours.
All mine were C-sections.
Mine too.
I can't get them out. I can't get them out the natural way.
Mine were C-sections too, Shonda. I had my daughter at 30 and my son at 35.
They wanted to do a C-section overnight, and I wouldn't
They're
let them.
saying they're giving me the look, they're like, what are you
Well,
talking
this is I was 22, 23, and the day after my 25th birthday. See, I'm glad I'm not the only one that had them in.
Well, mine are spaced far apart just because, like, since I was so young when I had the first one, clearly it wasn't planned.
Yeah.
So having another one right after, wasn't going to be the move. That's why mine ended up being so far apart because I was just different stages of my life. But
Well, I've actually had 4 pregnancies. If the first one would have been born, let's see, Lynette's 28. That one would have been 30 or 31, I think. But then there would have been a potential of no Kristen if that would have happened, probably. Kristen was a gift because I had my tubes tied after Thomas, and I still got pregnant. So we always call her the gift baby.
So
I'd probably have a kid now if I hadn't had a hysterectomy. I probably would. I'd probably have one more.
Yeah.
Shonda.
And sometimes I'm real glad I had that hysterectomy.
I had a hysterectomy too.
Did you?
I did.
Did you guys have full hysterectomies or partials?
I had a total hysterectomy.
I was partial.
Yeah,
I got to
I'm
keep the
partial.
ovaries.
Yeah, I'm partial too because I lost mine at 32 years old. And it was a genetic thing because my mother lost all of hers when she was 42, I think.
I was 39, I think, I think that sounds right. 2015. Yeah, I was 39 when I got mine done.
I don't know about you guys, but I didn't miss certain things about not being a.
Me too.
I was like, go for it, man.
Right, me too. I was like,
what I did tell the doctor was he said something about doing a full hysterectomy, and I said, look, if there's nothing wrong with my ovaries, please leave them alone.
right.
You can check everything else, but leave them alone.
Yeah.
And
my family had a history of ovarian cancer and
gotcha.
cancer, so we thought it would be the prudent thing to take them out because so yeah. I did mine in 2015 too.
Was it December? Because mine was in December.
It was in March, I believe. March or April, somewhere there.
I had a different surgery in March, but that's why I ended up doing the hysterectomy, because since I had a different surgery in March, I had already met my out-of-pocket max for my insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So the hysterectomy was basically free. Mm-hmm. So I was like, go on ahead and take it. And I got it done at Christmas time. So I got like 3 months off of work. So I got to take the holidays and spend it with my kids before I went back to work.
Luane says times they be changing. Mom was 17 the first time, 19 the second, and 2 weeks shy of 21 when she had me. Andrea said she had PCOS, so kept losing babies. She was pregnant 6 times, and lost 5 of them, and she was on birth control.
My sister has that issue.
I have met a lot of PCOS women on the keto group. I'm in a keto group, and do you know when they stayed mostly, restricted their diet to be doing keto, that most of them were able to get pregnant while they were on keto, and not lose their babies.
I saw that too. I've seen that in some of my
There's
groups.
there's something about being on keto that helps with it. Now, why is the tip of this triangle cut? That's interesting.
It could have been because they die cut them, right? So could they have made an accident?
I don't know. Both of these have a tip cut off that top. I mean, normal, I don't know. Maybe they just.
I bet you the fabric wasn't lined up in the cutter properly.
That could be it. I hope it's not for a reason. Because I don't see that these blocks were tipped anywhere. So far, these first part of this clue's coming together of clue 2. I know one thing. I think these are going to be some big blocks we're going to be sewing together. From the looks of it.
For the
flyaway.
Hold on.
Someone's very excited.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We're meat and binding.
You're coming along with that. Katie, I'm almost finished with my hand quilting of this quilt. Then I will bind it and post a picture on your Facebook. I am loving the large stitch hand quilting. Thank you for, I appreciate you sharing it. I need to get back on mine and get to work. I kind of got sidetracked. Actually, I was hoping my husband would be home.
Yeah, that's a nice, that sounds like that would be like a nice couch activity.
Yep. In front of the TV, and I'm going to have to move a light. See, our TV's not in here in the living room. You know where our big TV is? It's in our bedroom. And I'll sit on the bed and do it. But I need to move a light in there so I can see what I'm doing.
I'm just.
You gotta get one of those neck lights.
Yeah.
Neck light? Someone will have to send me one.
Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them. I just don't have access to them here.
Oh, that's right.
If I get one, someone's going to have to send me one. Because Amazon's not going to ship it.
I love hand quilting too, Mama J. It's just very relaxing.
John says I
haven't tried it.
Look at the type of quilting. John, you can join my Greenland Quilter Facebook group if you want to see pictures and stuff that we all post of our work we do. If you're a Facebook user, that is. I noticed there's been a big migration over to Discord. I just cannot, I just don't enjoy Discord. It's not user friendly.
I think I've been in a Discord a couple of times. I was like, I don't even understand what's happening in here. Maybe I'm just too
Exactly.
old for new things. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
it is not user friendly.
It's
That's what
not
I
user
think.
friendly and it's confusing.
But
I guess I've become so used to Facebook that trying to do something else different is just because, you know, YouTube, to me, YouTube's not easy either, but I've gotten where I can handle YouTube without much trouble. But Discord is just, oh my Lord, completely different animal. Someone's shooting off fireworks.
Just for no reason.
Somebody probably had a birthday or something. Actually, it sounds like a bunch of fireworks going off. Must be something big for that many of them to be going off. But they're up the road. They're not like too close by, because Nora hasn't even moved. She would be, if it had been like right outside, she would have been up working.
We throw a 4th of July party, and we have a pretty decent fireworks display.
The thing is with me, you know, by the time New Year's, like we have like 3 volleys of fireworks, and then after that, I'm like over it. But people will shoot off fireworks for weeks afterwards. And it's like every time they go off, I'm like, really? And sometimes they're shooting them off in the daylight where you can't even see them, which is stupid to me. Hey, Jess. Okay, so I got that part done. Now let me see what the next part is. Look at here, this is going together so far. See that? Wait a minute.
Okay.
Look how that's going together.
Not bad.
No, not at all. Okay, now we're going to switch to something different. You aside for right now. Okay, what do we got to do next? A and B. Is this small triangles or big ones? Press so a small B to small A. This is B and A. And we're making 2 of those. I hope I didn't double sew something on one of those.
Let me go ahead.
Because I have one little triangle left. You usually don't have that happen. I better check these. Oh, they're fine. Okay. Maybe this is correct. Okay, then we need B. I'm really these batiks, Shonda and Janice, they are so soft. When you put it
They
on
don't
your
have that
face,
waxiness.
no, it's so soft. And I mentioned it to Kim, and Kim says, "Yep, it's very soft." And they had trouble with their die cutter because of how soft it was.
Oh wow.
Yep. Let's see, we've got A on this side. So let's put them this direction. And then we want, no, on the wrong side. A is on this side.
Yeah.
And I think we're short a triangle. That's not good. It looks like I have to do, wait a minute, make 2. Then I got to make 2 more again. Oh, I get to cut a triangle, looks like, or swipe it out of one of the others.
You're missing a triangle?
Yep.
All right, I'm about to start clue 1.
Actually, I just found it. You about to start clue 1?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Clue 1 goes
It's gonna
together
be so
pretty
interesting
easily.
to see how your block looks. next to Katie's block since you have such a different colorway.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what hers turns out to look like. The bigger part of the block is going to be pretty easy to do, Janice.
Yeah.
Hey, Lisa. Gotta go. I didn't even know you were here. I'm sorry I missed saying hi to you.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. Glad you stopped in.
Yeah, thank you for stopping in. Katie, on the quilt pattern we are doing with you, I ran into a roadblock, but I am working it out. I did not notice the problem until we were on your live. I did too many 4-patch units in each block. How many did you do? There should have been 9. Jack is working overtime, but I will get it done.
You wanted to go through? Okay.
Have they made it out the door? No, she's got it walked away again. They must still be there.
Not yet.
You haven't walked out the door yet?
No, not yet.
What's the holdup?
You know, all the little fandangles, the pocket square, and the little, you know, what you call it, lapel cufflinks, and you know.
Gotta have everything looking perfect.
Mm-hmm.
At least he wanted to be home. My kid didn't even want to be home.
Yeah, I would have thought he would be like hurrying up and getting out the door.
Well, he said no one is there yet, so he's not in a hurry. So you know how these teenagers are.
Yeah, mine went and got dressed with his friends. I was like, well, can you at least send me some pictures? I do all this raising you, and then you get I miss out on the good stuff.
Yeah. You know how many? You would not believe this. And I know I don't have all of them in here. I don't think. Actually, not each. Shoot. I want you to see this. Drop one.
I now have 4.
Well, I have way more than that. In fact, I've given my husband some of mine so he could take them to work with him. And of course, I had to drop one on the floor while a dog is curled up next to my foot pedal.
All right, here we go.
I guess you finally decided to quit bugging me. So let's see how many I have in this jar. But I also have a bunch of them in the drawer, but I don't know how many I have in the drawer.
I'm sure you got quite the collection, Katie.
I am after 18.
Yeah, I do have a collection, and it's just not these pins here. I have a collection of. I have the other pins too that they've given us. This was the style they gave us.
Mm-hmm.
So I have several of those. I have some. Let's see. Is this a cotton cuts one? Nope, that's not. And I have another one that's like a pink color. So yeah, I have a boatload of pens and lots and lots and lots of pencils. But I'm not going to complain about the pencils. I can use the pencils. Asa, are you still in the channel? I wonder if Nikolaj's still in the channel. She did 12, she said. Oh boy. The good thing is I have plenty of extra 4-patch units so I could put them on the back if I want. Yep. And then Luane says, Janice, be sure and tons of photos. Take tons of photos.
Yes, his dad is taking lots of pictures. And I will tell him. The thing about being a teacher is that some of my friends teach at his school, so.
So y'all can be paying attention to what's on
him.
You'll be knowing what's going on.
Mm-hmm. But don't tell him that.
Yeah, what's he? Yeah, I was gonna say, what does he think about that?
I don't know.
I don't think you have anything to worry about, though, do you?
No, no, he's a good kid.
Because from what I gather, he's a good kid.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
He just has to be mindful of the rest of his friends.
Yes. Some of it, I mean, he has some real good friends as well. You know,
When we I'm trying to think, it was before graduation. It might have been prom, is what it was. Several of my fellow classmates, there was a group of them together. I think there was a group of 8, and I wasn't allowed to go to the prom, so I didn't know anything about it until after the fact. But 2 of them, someone got them alcohol or something, and they were driving home drunk, and all those kids were in those 2 cars. None of those kids came home.
Oh no.
No. Oh no.
Yep. Just a few days before our graduation.
Wow. That's really rough.
So there was
that
all
is
this
rough.
talking to that we got about blah blah blah. And I can't even imagine parents,
Where I grew up in New York, and where the specific area where I grew up in, it was like tradition to get a limo for
Mm-hmm.
prom.
Mhm.
So it was myself and 2 other couples, and we basically, you would have thought we were like grown-ups. Like we took our, we went to see a comedy show, we went to a club.
Oh my gosh.
And the thing is, it wasn't really that fun. Like the comedy show wasn't really that funny. It was just an okay time. And it was like, but I'll never forget the experience, but it really wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Janice, is he taking his date to a nice dinner first?
No, they're meeting there.
Oh, so he's not even picking her up.
No. But these kids don't listen.
They do things
Okay.
completely different now.
Yeah,
No, I know. Everything's different than what it was our day.
I grew up in an apartment building, so we had the flex. So what the a limo would go pick up the boy first,
Mm-hmm.
and then they would come to the, like, if it was for lived in the building, what would happen is that the limo would pick up their date first, and then the date would kind of show off, take pictures in front of the building. Everybody's outside, everybody's taking pictures of everybody, and then the girls would come out and we're all dressed up, and then we take our own pictures, and then we take pictures together. It was like a whole event. Prom was an event when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, he's quite young compared to his classmates. So,
Oh, so is he an advanced student?
because we start younger in Jamaica, and he started his education in Jamaica.
Ah, gotcha.
So he's a little bit like, I mean, he's 6. He just turned 16. He's
Yeah,
getting the evil
he's
eyes.
a year behind.
Yes, a year or 2. So some of his, so he's just, yeah. So it's okay. I mean, next year he'll probably go all out and do all the
Right
stuff.
now he's testing the waters, Mama.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they just don't seem like, my middle daughter, she missed her prom because of COVID.
Yeah, my daughter
And
too.
then,
Same.
yep. And then my oldest daughter, I don't think she went to prom. So like it just didn't seem, I don't know, it's just different here. Like it was just, I don't know why. It makes no sense why it was such a big deal where I grew up, but it was. It was a big deal. It was almost like the closest you could get to being like Hollywood. That was like our little red carpet
Mhm.
moment there.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it depends on the school, because I've seen some pretty elaborate things happening in some schools here. But my school is, Justin school is pretty small.
But I think that's another thing. I grew up in a small town. We only had one high school. So my graduating class had like 425 people in it.
Mm,
And so everybody went. And
yeah.
like, it was always like our prom was never at the school. We always got a hotel. We would rent out a venue. Like it was just big. So when I
Mhm.
came down here and I'm like, y'all don't be making it big because my sister went to school here.
Yeah.
Because my sister's like 12 years younger than me. So if I was 18 when we moved here, she was like 6. So she went to school here. And so it was just so different.
So you and your
Like
sister.
her prom was at her high school.
Wow. So you're 12 years apart from your sister?
Well, yeah, because I told you my mom was 15 when she got pregnant with me.
Me and my
She was
brother are 12.
very young. So
Yeah.
by the time she was old enough to like have another kid, I was 12.
Me and my brother are 12 years apart.
Are you?
But yep, but my mother was let's see, she had me 9 months after her and dad got married, exactly 9 months apparently. And then she had 2 more girls after that. And then when she was in her 30s, she had Michael. I was 12 when he was born. Daddy got his boy. So his childhood was completely different than ours.
I think it's like that because my son's childhood was not the same as my girls, just because I wasn't as poor.
I bet you loved all them babies though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But whereas my girls knew, like if we went into the grocery store, don't
Mm-hmm.
even fix your mouth to ask for anything because I ain't got it. Okay?
Yep.
I ain't got it. Don't even ask because I ain't got it. Whereas my son, completely different, you know? If I
But
ask my
when,
daughters for a Christmas list, it's all very reasonable.
yeah.
If I ask for my son's Christmas list, it's gonna be like a $300 pair of sneakers from StockX, um, some some
Wow.
some some gaming system. It's gonna be extravagant. So
Speaking
like,
of gaming system, did you see the price of the new Switch 2 that is coming out?
I
Holy
did,
moly.
I
400
did
and
see that,
400 and something bucks for that thing.
which is crazy for a handheld console. For a
Yeah.
handheld, like I think I paid that for my kid's Xbox.
Yeah.
Granted, it's been 10 years since I bought the Xbox, but still, that's a lot of money.
I can tell you that I spent my fair share. What used to get me kind of riled up is when we me and my husband bought our Super Nintendo. It was for us to begin with, and we were playing Super Mario World, and it took us like 2 months to beat that game. So my 5-year-old son sitting there watching us, or 6, he was 5 or 6, and one day out of the blue he says, "Mom, can I learn to play it?" And I'm like, "Okay." So I showed him, and he asked me a couple questions to like the first couple sections you go through, and then he ripped through that first section, and I'm like, somebody's been watching what I've been doing. So when you get to this next section, there's like this disappearing wizard that just jumps in and kills your butt if you're not paying attention before you get through that area. He says, "Show me how to get through that," and I did best I could. And then after that, he's like, and then after that, I'm like, you know what? You're on your own. I'm not showing you anything else. My son beat that game in 2 weeks. Boy, was I! I was like, you got to be kidding me. Then, we were also playing Super Mario Kart. I didn't know there was an ending to Super Mario Kart. My son found the end of it. And then he was like, "Mom, will you buy me another game?" So after about 3 or 4 times of buying new games, and he would beat them within weeks, one day he comes in and says, I need a new game. And I'm like, you know what? You stop burning through games because I can't afford to pay $70 every time you want a new game, you know? Because back then, that's how much they cost.
Yeah.
Because he got involved in more of this Mario stuff, and he also liked Zelda. I didn't care much for Zelda, but I did like the Mario stuff.
My kid, he got into Minecraft.
He likes that game
so
too.
we didn't have to pay for that. And then by the time he got into like actually using his Xbox,
Mm-hmm.
You could buy the Microsoft Pass.
Yep.
And then he could just kind of play what he wanted. And so it was just cheaper to do that. So I would just, like, when people would ask what to get him for Christmas, I'd be like, Xbox game cards, so we can use it to get him an annual pass. Because I wasn't paying for it.
Yeah.
I bought the Xbox. I'm
Adds
not
up
paying for the pass.
Yep. It adds up after a while when you're doing that.
I just find that boy things are just generally more expensive than girl things.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I probably spent the most money on the thing I think I probably spent the most money on where it related to all 3 of them was bowling, because they were winning games left and right, and they were going to state. And you know, when you're traveling down South Florida, you're paying for hotel and everything else, you know, and food for them, and you know that stuff added up after a while, especially when it's for 3 kids.
Yeah.
Because all 3 of them would be in the, you know, the finals.
Yeah, that's pricey.
But they all earned scholarship money for college, and only 2 of them used the money. Thomas never did go to college to use his, so I don't know what happened to that money.
In the summers, they have a kids bowl free program here, and so in the summers we go bowling. We'll like go bowling once a week.
I liked bowling with them because, you know, it was competitive, but not over competitive enough for anybody to get, you know, feisty.
Yeah, and it's close to the house. You know, you're in and out in a couple hours, and it's just, you know, it's a way to kind of, you know, I feel like we're more disconnected now than we used to be.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a way, you know, for everybody to connect.
Yep.
So I liked it for that reason. Before we moved out here where I live now, we went rumble every Saturday.
My youngest daughter, she's still bowling, and her husband bowls. So they're on a couple of leagues, and every year they go to Las Vegas for some kind of competition and do pretty well in it. She definitely knows what she's doing now when she bowls. Her whole body and everything moves like a bowler.
So I got done everything I wanted to do.
Oh, excellent, Shonda.
I am so proud of myself right now.
Well, I am glad. So see, this is all real. This has been actually a really relaxing night, don't you guys think so?
Yes. Even though in the back of my mind I'm thinking, girl, you need to go do some assignments.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to call.
I know that's right.
I was wondering when you were going to call it.
I know. And then Justin getting ready for prom.
Yeah, this has gone pretty well tonight, I think. I hope everybody's enjoying this, what we're doing. I mean, I know you're not, you're seeing some of what we're doing, but I think we've had good chit chat about different things.
I'm trying to sew the first seam.
I can't wait to see how that big block comes out because it's not hard.
I know. I kind of want you guys to hold them up, like whenever it's done, whenever it's ready. I'd like to see them side by side. I think that would be interesting.
So Janice, you got to finish it before we go off the live.
Yeah, I'm trying.
At least do one clue A.
I'm trying.
You have to make 2 clue A's, but try doing 1 clue A. And then we can show the big blocks together.
Or we can see it on the next one.
Or the next one, yeah, because I'm going to be doing this probably because I need to catch up. Hey, everybody. Dwayne says for my Christmas present when I was 16, they bought me an Atari. did not even wrap it, just put it in back of the tree. I think it was more for my mom than me, as she was always playing it. Frogger #1 game. I never played Atari. I mean, heck, Nintendo had been out for a while before I even bought one, and it was Super Mario. They were running some kind of special. I think it's Sears or something is where I bought it from. And when we very quickly realized how addictive the gaming was. But now I don't even care to. My newest thing is I found a new game to play on my phone. Normally I just play solitaire, but I found a game called Word Solitaire. Oh my God, that is addictive because you're making words, but it's like playing solitaire.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to check that out. I played solitaire. I went through like a solitaire spell there for a while. For like a couple years, I played a lot of games on my phone. Between I think the two that I liked were Words with Friends, and I would play solitaire. And then at
You
some
want to know
point,
what
I just got bored.
I'm at level 3,000 something on my solitaire game.
Oh, I don't think mine keeps track.
There is something weird going on with my cell phone.
I feel so accomplished.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Shonda.
This is it all finished up.
Yeah. I mean, you know
Looks
what?
beautiful.
And
Yeah.
there's the back.
You put the binding on? Oh,
Yep.
that's lovely. Lovely.
So I got my piece back. It's all bound up. It's all good. It's all good. Done. It's been waiting for binding for like 2 weeks.
All right. First 2 seams done.
All right. Okay,
Oh, look at that.
Hey, that's looking good.
It does look good. The pinks look better than I thought.
Yeah.
Those polka dots are cool looking.
Well,
Yeah.
because plus before I was looking at them through plastic though, so
Yeah. It's really
actually being able to see them.
This
Yeah.
one really pretty.
It's almost like a pink and brown.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. This is D and A.
I gotta make sure I turn these in the right direction. I know one thing, because these batiks are a bit darker, you're really not seeing it as well on that camera. Do you notice that? Okay, so
I know that orange pops. The orange.
Yeah, that one. Yep,
really
this right here.
up.
Yep. So this is A and B. Are you guys enjoying the live tonight?
I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
I'm asking the channel this.
The audience, the viewers. Okay. Got
Yeah, because Katie didn't do any polls tonight. Normally they find a poll waiting on them when they walk in.
Yeah.
But I couldn't think. I can't. I need to come up with some new questions. I thought about asking questions about things I've talked about relating to Greenland to see how many people can answer the right answer, see what happens. But I don't know if that would be fun or not for them.
Press to the...
The only thing I noticed with this dark green, this really dark one, is it teases my eyesight a little bit. Luane wants to know, which one are you doing, Denise?
I'm doing
Drifter.
I'm doing Rose Finch. Yes, Jay?
This is how shirts I look for real.
Yes, Jay.
The colors are definitely going to be lovely, I think.
I love the colors. They're beautiful.
I don't think the picture does it justice. The fabrics look so much better They
Yeah,
are
I agree
so
with you.
pretty, like in real life versus how they looked in the picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Indeed.
Andrea says, I am getting a bunch done on my quilt. She says she's enjoying it. Nice, relaxing sewing, and I needed some relaxing after the month she's had.
Wow.
Yeah, between her daughter and her dog had a seizure.
Oh
Or was
no.
it was either a seizure or a stroke, one of them. Her dog's doing better too, so, or was last time I asked.
Your seam rip of the colorway of the season.
Uh-oh. Already?
It's the, you know, it is what it
Have
is.
fun with these seam rippers. Speaking of seam rippers, I think I need to be finding me a new one online, either at Fat Quarter Shop or Missouri Star. It's so hard
Listen,
because
I bought this one at Walmart, and I've gotten some other pretty fancy ones since. I just
like the little one.
Yeah,
That little one you got, I love those little ones.
This is the only one I use. So
this one here that you see that's got the bamboo on it, this one has a very small cutter on it too.
Yeah.
But the rest of the seam rippers I have with big handles on them, they have big, huge on the top, and I don't like those at all.
I like the clover one. The white clover one is the one that I tend to reach for.
I haven't tried. I don't think I've tried that one.
Like I have other ones, but when I'm going to reach for my seam ripper, I notice that I always reach for that one. So now that's the only one I get now.
How many seam rippers do you think you have, Janice and Shonda, in your stash of stuff?
I don't have many.
I got quite a few.
I would have to find all of mine to show all of mine. How many pairs of scissors do you think you have?
Too many.
Me too.
There's 2 seam rippers right here.
Which one
this
do you
one
like?
Has a light in it. It has a light in it, which is absolutely useless.
Yeah, I have one with a light in it, and I don't like it at all.
I have 4 seam rippers.
Oh, look at you! You're.
Yeah, this is pretty, but nope.
This one I got in a Soye.
I got one like that in a sampler box.
It's very dull. It doesn't work at all.
It doesn't. Yeah. Hey, Mary G.
This one came from, I don't remember where.
Probably Soye.
I've been wanting to try that one.
I've not tried it at all.
I've been wanting to. That's the only one I haven't tried yet.
Yeah.
Mary says, yes, enjoying your life. She had hand surgery this week, so no sewing for her for a while. So watching everyone else. I hope you have quick healing.
This is my favorite seam ripper, hands down.
Oh, I have one of those actually.
Yeah. The only thing that I would want for this one is that if it had a bigger area, like that one that you showed to hold.
Yeah.
But this one just works the best for me.
Uh-oh.
I have a few more scissors, but not a lot. This one was. These 2 were from Temu.
I love me some Temu.
Me too. This one was. I got this one at I believe a thrift store. I bought this one at a quilt store. I've never used it.
I like the color of those.
Yeah. I bought this one from Soft Squares. It's still in the package.
Nice. Is that a Tula Pink scissors?
This one is Creative Notions.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So
I used to get their subscription box a long time ago.
And that's it. I have a bunch of paper scissors, but as for my sewing scissors, that's it.
I think
I do have a little pair of snips. I have this, which I got from Soye.
Oh,
those are cute.
Of those.
I love those.
In my hand sewing box. So Yeah. A bunch of these I bought from Temu.
Cool.
I love those.
Yeah,
I love those.
that's it. Honestly, I get anxiety when there are too many things.
Yeah.
So I tend not to have a lot. The thing I have the most of is fabric. And even then, I'm like this year I said I'm not buying any fabric unless I need it for a specific project. So I'm not just gonna buy fabric because I like it. So because
I'm struggling with that, Janice. I did well though. I did really well last year. I still get my subscription boxes, but
yeah,
I think I only bought fabric like twice, and I used to buy fabric every week.
yeah,
I haven't bought fabric since the end of November.
yeah. I mean, I think the cotton cuts is and the I did do the Rally Lake Designs thing kit.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I've bought, I believe, except for the fabric for the baby's quilt, which
Yeah.
I didn't have any of that in my
Oh,
stash.
now I know why this was off.
But
Wow.
but I grew up with my mom was a seamstress, and so my house was always very very messy. Katie knows a little bit about my past. There was a lot of trauma in my past,
Yeah.
but the place was always very very messy, and so whenever my place kind of looks a little bit messy, it makes me anxious. That's why I don't keep scraps. I've started selling them on Etsy, or giving them away. I don't keep scraps because it just gives me a lot of anxiety. No matter how neatly they are packaged, it just looks like trash to me, and I can't do it. So
Get
Luane
that
has
though. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I don't like scraps either because once I've worked with the fabric, I don't want
yeah,
to work with it anymore. I'm done with it.
yeah,
And so,
I think that's all great for you guys, but I'm so worried about not being able to buy fabric at all,
yeah,
yeah,
because of
and that's
the
different.
tariffs and
yeah.
because of
I
the
get that.
tariffs and stuff.
Yeah,
Because everything I buy comes from the United States, and everything that goes into the United States is going to have a tariff on it now. And I
Well,
don't know
that's
if
why I
you,
make a lot
I
of
don't
piece
know,
backs.
yeah,
I piece a lot of my backings to
that's
use
a
up
good
the
idea.
scraps.
yeah.
I don't, I don't know if you heard, but on May 1st, all motive fabrics are going to go up.
I won't be buying any.
It's the same thing in Jamaica with the getting the quilting cotton because quilting is not a popular thing in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult to get quilting cotton
Then you know
there.
how it is because
Yeah,
I'm struggling. I'm so worried. I have a stash, but I
starts.
wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that my stash is huge. It
Mm-hmm.
might get me by for maybe a year and a half if I couldn't buy anything for a year and a half. But outside of that, I don't know what's going to happen. And I use part of this for my YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want this taken away from me because I can't afford it.
You'll have to buy a fabric when you come.
Yeah, I know. When I
in-
come to the States, that's
When you
when I'll
come
have
to
to
the
set
States.
myself up for fabric.
Yeah.
Try to find, deals.
I can send you a layer cake or two. Won't even
Oh,
miss it.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've benefited from Shonda's stash.
I know, right?
That's why you've seen me on a thing about doing. I counted all the charm packs I had because I was
Mhm.
like, let me see how far I can push the limit without overusing my yardage because I'm trying to stretch things as long as I can. And so
Mhm.
I counted. I had 141 charm packs. Now listen before you say anything. 141 what? Think of this. I bought them between 2015 and 2019. I have not bought one charm pack since 2019. So that tells you that this was when I was first getting into this. And I
Mhm.
went a little bit bonkers, but I only have 10 layer cakes and maybe one jelly roll. Everything else is yardage and fat quarters.
There's no judgment here because if I totaled up every layer cake and every jelly roll, Maybe I probably 100.
Got off the jelly roll train. I don't know. A while ago, I don't know why I got off the jelly roll train, but I did.
I really don't like because they're pain in the
They
ass.
are. I
They
told
are a pain. Of everything that I've ever purchased for quilting, the thing that I probably regret the most are the jelly rolls.
you. Yeah.
Because I thought that I would love working with them. I would see them. And then I did my first jelly roll project and I was like, no. All the pressing, I would much rather press 30 fat quarters than a single jelly roll. Having to press all of those strips, you got to be delicate with them so that you don't stretch them.
Yep.
There's trouble.
I've only ever bought two jelly rolls in my quilting journey. And for that, it was just like threads everywhere.
Yep.
Yes,
Nah.
the jelly roll dust. You got to take it outside
Mhm.
and shake it out before you can. Like, oh no.
See, these two blocks you showed earlier. These are part of these and these colors here are from 3 different charm packs, and all 3 of them are from 2015. So I figured if I made lots of colorful, scrappy quilts with all my charm packs, then I could,
Yeah, because some of them would definitely go together. They would match.
yeah.
And then you could put them together and make something unique.
Mm-hmm. And they'll be great for the grandkids because they're colorful and happy and
Mm-hmm.
It is so hot in this house, you guys. I know I said that earlier, but it's hot in this house. I'm like, I want to go open all the windows in the house and let all the cold air in, but I know better than to do that.
If the tariffs do hit, I'm probably going to sell every jelly roll I own.
If what hits?
The tariffs.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless I know Japan is one of them that's I don't know if you know this, but all motive fabric comes from Japan.
Oh no, I didn't know that actually.
Yep. The teaks come from 3 different Asian countries. And I'm not sure where the rest of I know that some of the fabric is in the U.S., but most of the cotton is not even made in the U.S.
Yeah.
Back in the day, North Carolina was like known for textiles, and that industry just died here. So
Yeah.
Because we can all argue and fuss and fight about the reasons behind this, but I think the biggest reason that that's happened is because the owners of these companies didn't want to pay their employees the money that they were worth to do their work for them, because they wanted to become billion or trillionaires while having cheap labor. Think of that.
that's exactly right.
And that's why they moved to another country so they could get cheap, because they didn't want to pay American people what they deserve.
I mean, they're still doing it. There's a
Yeah.
it was a plant in Lehigh, Pennsylvania, and they're closing that plant down and building a new one in Mexico.
It doesn't surprise me. The car building happens between for American cars anyway. Those are built. Several of them are built where you have one part of the car built in the United States, then it's sent to Canada, where another portion is done in Canada, then it's sent back to the United States. So guess some of the parts are back and forth between the two countries, because that's how manufacturing for vehicles these days work. And I can't even imagine right now trying to buy a car.
My daughter's in the market right now.
She's going to probably have a hard time trying to
My
find
daughter needs to buy a car too.
Yeah, because when I went car shopping with Thomas in California before he lost everything, he had gotten a small nest egg from his grandpa, and we set a budget on how much we were going to pay for a car, and I took him and drove him around, And for 2.5 weeks, we looked at cars and we test drove cars and we asked questions. And then we wanted to see if the car had ever been wrecked or anything, you know. And he ended up with a Hyundai Elantra something. It was a one owner car, had never been wrecked, and it still cost him 10 grand.
Yeah, they are really expensive right now.
And that was 2022.
This is
I think it was 2022. It was either 2018 or 2022. I'm not sure which.
It's crazy how much things have gone up since the pandemic.
Yeah. And I told him, I said, you know, with tariffs going on and everything else, be careful and don't wreck your car if you can help it. Because, you know, you might not be able to afford another one. Lynette, my oldest one, told me that she has a car payment right now that she wasn't expecting to have, because the car that she'd been driving for a long time, it ended up with a cracked head, I think, or a cracked something in the very bottom of the engine cracked, and the only way to fix it was to replace the whole engine, which would have cost more than the car was worth. So she ended up having to buy a new car. And she said, Mom, that hurt my pocketbook having to do that. I bet it did.
Me too. A lady crashed into me, wrecked my car. It was fully paid for. She wrecked my car. It was totaled, but the cards had gone up so much that I daggone near got for the car what I paid for it. It was crazy to me.
Yep. Let's see. We got more chit chat going on. Let me see. LaWayne says, I don't need more fabric, but I'm going to my Joann's as I have FOMO. I don't know what that means on the end
FOMO, fear of missing out.
On the end of the business sale, quilt cotton fabrics are, wow, 40 to 60% off. And then John says, start stuffing a pillow that you have made, laugh out loud, with the scraps. That is actually a great idea. Do either one of you have pets at all?
Nope.
Dang, you could take the scraps and make doggy beds with them. Stuff the inside.
I know I'm not, like, if I had a dog, I would probably use the most expensive bougie fabric I had to make something for my dog. I wouldn't use the scraps. Like, I know I would while out.
LaWayne says Mary Jo from Sojo did like 6 views of counting all her fabrics. She realized she had a small quilt store, laugh out loud. Denise says, watch and read the news. We will have a shortage of lots of things in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Prices on everything going up. If you have prescription for meds that's near refill, do it now. And then Lori says, hi, ladies, sitting down to stitch. Hey, Lori, welcome. Denise says,
hey,
exactly.
Lori.
And then LaWayne says, I don't think my great-grandparents owned a car until their 50s or 60s, as they used horses and wagons, made their own clothes, and grew their own food. Yup. I can see.
This is why I want chickens, you see?
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Exactly.
You've always got a food source.
Yeah.
They're going to lay eggs every day.
Yeah. That's why I told my husband, I said, when you come home and you've been home for a couple weeks, I have a project for you. We are going to make raised beds so I can grow some food out in the yard.
Yep.
All cool season stuff, because I am tired of not being able to get fresh stuff at the store.
All right.
Things have gotten rough down here. The store hardly has things on the shelves. It's been almost a month now since I've seen a bottle of Coke Zero in any store. Which I know it's no big deal to you guys, but it's the only thing I like to drink.
No, that's what I drink. I'm like, oh no.
It's like I've been to every store in this town. No one has any. So I've been on a almost month-long drinking water. Now we've added 2 more on here. This is a different one. than the one I showed you earlier. Here's the one I showed you earlier. Hang on. So now we have two different styles here. I don't know if you can see the difference or not. Okay, so now we've got two of those. Nora, stop. I know. You better come back inside. I'm going to open the door and let you out, and you better come right back. You hear me? I'll be right back. I'm going to crack the door for her.
Okay.
So she can go do her business.
Where is that stupid
Shoes.
thing? This is going to drive me crazy.
I have to, every time I start, well, this is the second time I'm doing cotton cuts, but the first time I made so many mistakes. I think I counted 11 times that I had to rip the seams on just the first glue. This is my fourth seam that I'm ripping now on the first.
If you're doing what I think you're doing, I did it 4 times.
Yeah, because it's just that I know it's probably not possible for them to do it, but it would be so much easier if
it was this section, isn't it?
Yes.
Where you have
yes.
Yeah, I ripped this apart 4 times because I kept turning the triangle the wrong way.
Turning the triangle the wrong way. Yeah. Yes.
And I was on a live when it was happening, which just made it worse.
Yep.
I should have warned you of that. I didn't even think of it, but yep, I know what you're talking about because I went through that one.
So this is the fourth rip. It's okay. You know, it takes it's a learning curve to get the patterns and the.
So are you angle challenged like I am?
If the instructions were match the fabric, you know, it would be better for me. But yeah, I need color. Black and white thing is confusing. But I'm almost done with part 1.
All right.
Which I think is all I'm gonna do today.
Yeah, when you finish part 1, let's compare our blocks so everybody can see.
Yeah.
Mama says, speaking of meds, I was just started on new diabetes med. Thank goodness for good insurance. That stuff is over 12. Oh my God. What is it, Andrea? Robin says, very nice, Katie. Denise says, 80% of our meds come from China. I don't think it's just China it comes from. I know that, I don't know if y'all know this, but diabetes medicine, Ozempic, and I forget what the other 3 are, come from Denmark. Mm-hmm. They were created here in Denmark. So if tariff kick in for prescription drugs to other countries, y'all's medicine's gonna go up some more.
All right.
As if American medicine wasn't expensive enough.
All right. I think I'm done. I think
you gonna show me?
Yeah, I'm done. This is
that looks right.
It's wrong.
Which one did you turn wrong?
It's turned correctly, but it's the wrong fabric.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. When I start making mistakes like that, I give myself I step away and give myself a break.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to see this because it looks 2-dimensional right now. Yeah. Or my camera's making it look 2-dimensional.
Yeah. So this is supposed to go beside this, like this.
Yep. So.
But
you're having the same problem I had.
This fabric should be this fabric.
Yeah.
And this fabric should be this fabric.
Yep. You turned it upside down.
Yeah. So I'm done. I'm going to just end there.
That's what happened to me on the live.
Yeah. I'll get back to it, I promise.
Yeah, because yeah, and we mentioned you can come sew with me on that if you want.
Let me know when it is because I have 2 assignments due tomorrow. And it's because
I don't mean tomorrow. I know.
I'm kind of out of off schedule to this week because my school schedule was different.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have done one on Friday night and then the other one tonight. But yesterday I was at work late. And I was too tired on Thursday to try attempt it. So yeah, so
Yeah.
Bye Canadian. Monjura.
Mary G says she looks forward to see how the cotton cuts comes out.
Yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be very pretty. I know that. The colors are so nice.
I'm enjoying the colors I got too.
Yeah.
I think this colorway is definitely gonna look like its name. Hang on, I gotta go close the front door. She came back in. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not going back out now that you came back in.
Huh.
Okay.
Where is it? I don't know where it is.
C and D.
The other day, I let her out, and I went to do the bathroom thing too.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in there like 2 minutes, and I heard her bark, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I'm thinking I better hurry up and go see what's going on. I don't know what got in under her skin, but she come running back in the house, growling all the way back to the bathroom. Something spooked her outside, and so I went outside to see what was out there. I couldn't ever see what spooked her.
She probably heard something or smelled something that
She
we
must
can't pick
have.
up on.
Yeah, because all the hair on her back was standing up. So I knew something had. I'm thinking it was probably either a person come walking through the yard that she didn't know who it was, or she saw a fox.
Oh yeah.
Because I thought I heard some yipping out when I took her out to the bathroom 2 or 3 nights ago. I could have sworn I heard yipping from across the lake. And you know, I haven't heard that sound in a long time.
I don't know
So
what I did with my quilt top. I don't know where I put it.
Uh-oh.
This
Looks
is
like
crazy.
What are you looking for? The one you were
I don't
just
know what I
working
did with
on?
my quilt top. I had a quilt top that I needed to work on.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna pull it out, and since I had the batting already out, I was gonna go ahead and baste it. But I don't know where the quilt top is.
Uh-oh.
I did it so long ago. I don't know where I've stored it.
Maybe do you have a bin that you put your UFOs in?
You have Katie. I don't think you realize how many UFOs I have over here.
Ah, well, I will. Oh my gosh.
Let's see. And
My doctor had to fight my insurance for it, but we have tried everything else to get my blood sugar under control. Mine is not for weight loss. That Ozempic really works for a lot of people. And the thing is, I think that for heavy people, that has helped them. And I think the insurance company should allow it because if you lose weight, you're less of a health problem. And I know one woman told me that she's been on a different form of it and she's no longer insulin resistant and she's been losing weight like crazy. Boy, what I wouldn't do to lose about 80 pounds.
You're not alone.
My weight's not for me overeating. Mine's for not eating properly enough. That's been a problem. Very problematic habit of mine. I don't like to eat
All right, this is
when I'm by myself.
AMD.
Okay, so B goes on that side. So what are we putting on this other side? E. That looks like so a large E.
AMD.
Gotta make sure I got this going in the right direction. Andrea, didn't you? Any of you have asthma? If you
I
have
do.
asthma, how much are you paying for one of these Ventolin inhalers now?
I think I
If you didn't have insurance, how much would one of these cost?
Well, I think I pay around 50 something dollars for that.
See, I get these for free here.
Mm.
So when my first husband was living, he worked at an aircraft maintenance company. He was an A-frame mechanic, so he had insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we only ever paid $5 for this. But when he died, no more insurance, and I had to buy these, and they were costing me out the butt with cash.
Yeah, they're expensive.
And I have had asthma since the day I was born. This medicine should not cost $56.
Yep. I'm pretty sure it's
same for insulin.
My son grew out of his asthma, and it was such a relief because we had pretty good insurance, but I think to buy his inhaler, the rescue inhaler was cheap, but the daily inhaler, that was like $80.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a daily one too, and I don't know how much that one costs. It's Flutiform, so I don't know if they sell Flutiform in the United States. So I have no idea what that costs as far as US dollars.
No, I take it back. It was $90 for a 90-day supply. So I got 3 inhalers for $90. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
But they covered his because for a while, what do you call eosinophils? His asthma. If you can control the eosinophils, you can control the asthma. So he got Xolair shots for years. Like years. We had to take, and you can't administer the shot at home. You got to take him to the doctor for them to administer it. And so literally we were going at first every 2 weeks. And then as he got older, I was like, I'm having to drive way too far for these shots. Let's start spacing them out. Let's see how he does. And then gradually we pulled him off everything. So the only thing he does now is the rescue inhaler or the nebulizer if he catches a cold. So if he gets sick in any way, that's the only time the asthma flares up now, is if he catches a cold. Even a mild cold, he can't breathe. But it's not related to exercise or anything like that.
I would give almost anything to be able to breathe like a normal person. The only time I ever get to experience what it feels like to breathe deep is when I go to the ice cap. That's the only time I know what it feels like. And I think the only reason I'm able to do that at the ice cap is because the air is so pure there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When I leave there, I'm all giggly and happy, and then when I get home, I zonk out. Nikolaj says it's pretty amusing watching me go from one way to another way after being there. You'd think I was drinking alcohol or something. And it was just it's a cool experience because when you experience you know that kind of breathing and you're like, God, I wish I could do this all the time, and you can't.
Yeah.
Because there's too many toxins in our environment.
Yeah, too many pollutants.
And that, I mean, all I have to do, I can tell you when our fuel tank gets low. Does that tell you anything? I can smell it. When it gets low, it makes a funny smell. Nikolaj doesn't notice it. He says, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, go check the fuel tank. So he goes and checks the fuel tank, and he comes back with a weird look, and he's like, you're right, it is. I don't notice it with this new tank, though. We haven't been low in a while, so, you know. Andrea says, that is what my problem is I am insulin resistant. Doc said I would lose about 50 pounds, which would be put me under 125 pounds, and I have not been that small. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that my weight has to do with being insulin resistant and because of spending so many months on prednisone, which caused the whole problem to start with.
Oh.
Prednisone definitely messes with your body.
Yep, I spent 8 months on prednisone. Part of it, the last 3 months of my first pregnancy, which because me and Lynette almost died from my asthma, and then I had to spend another 4 months after that on it because they still didn't have my asthma under control, and it was the only thing, along with aminophylline, that was helping to keep me from being in the hospital again in the ICU unit, so that they could control it. It seemed like as soon as, it was bad as a kid, but man, when I became an adult, it worsened.
All right, I fixed it. It's not the best.
Go! Excellent!
Don't look too closely.
It looks great. Now you'll be able to get the rest of it done, no problem.
Yeah.
So it's those little triangles that are in the butt.
Yeah, it's like...
I'm glad you decided to try anyway.
All right, let's do the last part, and then I'll be finished with step 2.
Yep. And then we'll compare our 2 blocks together.
All right, so 1 large.
I don't know what you want. You've already been outside. You've been fed. You're not getting anything else tonight, sweetie.
Wants his mama.
Probably. He's like, this is taking a long time, Mom.
He's like, why are you still sewing? I want attention. I want to get on the bed. So
yeah. Enough already.
I have to say this for her. She has personality. Really? I hear you on that, Luane. You know what, Luane, since you said that, you know what my father would say about my asthma attacks? He would tell my mother that I was making it up. That's why she was never allowed to take me to the doctor and actually get me treated. So that's why I spent years on Primatine pills, and my goodness, no child should have to be on those kind of pills because you might as well be taking speed.
Your dad was a piece of work.
It's epinephrine. Epinephrine. And oh my God, he would give me the shakes. And I was when I graduated from high school, I weighed all of 98 pounds as a senior. I was so skinny. And it was because I was on that stuff. And I was, when they were treating me in the hospital for my asthma, when I was pregnant, the doctor came in there and I said, why do y'all keep taking so much blood? He said, because we cannot get your body to adjust to the aminophylline. I said, what do you mean? Because you're burning through it faster than we're giving it to you. And we got to get you to stop burning through it so it can do its job. And I'm like, well, what's causing that? And they didn't know the answer to that. They didn't know why my body was burning through it like it was. And really the only secondary problem that aminophylline really had was that's what caused my long labor with her. And then they had me on an IV when I was having Thomas too with that stuff in it. And we discovered that was what was causing me to dilate so slow, but having contractions like I was. But it was keeping me alive.
Well, I couldn't dilate either, but I didn't have any issues with. I didn't have any health problems. My body just was like, nope, not gonna do it.
I have no space.
That makes two of us, Janice. I'm getting to the point where I really should, we should really go work on the craft room and get me moved back in there. Because at least there's more space in there. It's just I don't want to go in there.
That's why I end up crocheting, because when I'm in my craft area, I'm alone, and sometimes I don't want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, but Katie you had a traumatic experience in your room.
Yeah.
I'm going to try really make an effort while Nikolaj's home this time. I'm just going to go in there and say, hey, let's do part of it. We'll see how long I can tolerate it. And then and he knows when I start, I guess he can tell when I'm fidget or going to have issues. And he can always say, let's go take a walk or something, you know. Because it's warming up now to go where we can go out walking and stuff again. I'm not really worried about the cold and walking. It was ice that I was worried about because I don't like falling on ice. We're on a Saturday afternoon. No, evening now.
At our age, Katie, falling is a very dangerous thing.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Especially if you fall on ice. Or concrete.
Yeah. You know, you're getting older when the questions the doctor asked have changed. Like, when was the last? Have you fallen recently? Like, yeah. So.
Do you remember? I don't know if you're old enough to remember the commercial that says, "Help! I've fallen down and I can't get up."
Yep.
Because they were advertising that little necklace
that
thing.
life alert.
The life alert. Yes.
Yeah.
It seemed funny at the time. It doesn't seem funny anymore.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't. I might be wrong, but maybe it was that little old lady. Maybe she's the one that also did the "Where's the beef?"
No, definitely not the same lady.
Not the same lady.
Not the same lady.
Okay, here comes the fun part of putting this whole block together.
You're on block 2 now? I mean,
yeah, block 2, 2A, yeah. And it's going to be an interesting put together. I got to make sure I turn all these the right direction. Okay, so we got to have. I got to make sure I do this correctly. So this goes this way. Because this is going together in an interesting way. So this is A, so this is going to go here. This way. Because I was about to do that the wrong direction. And then this one. It's going to go like this. So hang on, I'm going to show this to you in just a minute. So you'll know what to look for on clue 2. 2A. See if I can get it out here where you can actually see it. but I do need to get the iron to it before I sew it. Because I haven't used the iron on it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Okay, this is what this is. It's not even, but this is what clue 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crooked right now because I don't have it sewn. But that's what 2A is supposed to look like.
I love that orange. It's just popping out.
I know. It's so vibrant.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a real joy to make. All right, I'm going to go press these real quick, everybody, and then I'll be right back.
There's the cuts. Don't come.
Excuse me. You gotta move. You gotta move. You're in your way.
I fear that so much.
They're still there.
No, just my husband and daughter in the kitchen
Oh, okay.
behind. No, I'm not.
They making dinner.
What?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
What are they making?
I think Jada is making rice in the rice cooker. So
What?
So
Still kind of playing.
it still counts. Because it still counts. And my husband is cooking a Jamaican dish called stewed peas.
Oh, that sounds
I love that.
It's delicious.
I like stewed peas. Yes, it is.
What kind of peas?
It has kidney beans in it,
Mhm.
but also a lot of red kidney beans, but different meats. So
Okay.
people cook. So it's a stew with a lot of meats in it. It's really delicious. In Jamaica, we would cook it with we'd cook it with pig's tail
Okay.
and beef,
No.
salted pig's tail and beef, or any salted meat. So it could be salted beef. Some people put chicken in it. Some people put turkey, smoked turkey. But in Jamaica, traditionally, it would be like salted pig's tails and beef,
Mhm.
or chicken feet with salted pig's tail. But you can put any meat in it. Usually, you put a variety of meats in it and the stew, and you put coconut milk if you want, and you season it up really nicely, and it is very delicious.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I love me some stewed peas.
Yeah. Grew up in New York, you probably had access to quite a bit of Jamaican food.
But I wasn't used to the flavors because my grandmother cooks. She's born and raised in North Carolina, and so she
Mm-hmm.
cooked very simply.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the spices that you guys use,
Yeah.
I was not familiar with. So it's like the first time you try it, like for me, I had to try things more than once.
Yeah.
But now I love all of it pretty much.
Yep. Love me some Jamaican food.
My ex-husband was from Antigua, so I learned how to make curry chicken with rice and peas for
Mm-hmm.
him so that at least I could make one dish
Yeah.
that he grew up with.
Yeah.
I wonder if Nikolaj
My
still
husband is the best cook.
on
And
Honey's
he loves to cook. He's laughing over there because he'll sing and maybe I don't like to cook that much. Oh, he says I'm biased. Okay. I am.
My husband makes the best ever soup. He is chicken and pork, and it's so yummy.
Mine likes to grill. He is great on the grill. He makes the best ribs.
Mm.
The best ribs.
I just realized I'm not even halfway finished with block. They're big blocks.
Yeah, they're this size. I'll show you the one.
Oh wow.
But it's worth it because it comes. The rest of it, the bigger part of it, comes together fairly quickly. You have 2 squares in a square. Wait, 1, 2, no, 3 squares in a square.
Yeah.
And then once you get all that done, you put it all together. This angle here is going to be fun. Not me and angles. Bad idea.
I haven't sewn in such a long time that I don't want to stop.
It's okay. I'm not in a hurry.
I'm gonna have to stop.
I know you're going to have to. Just whenever y'all are ready to call it, we'll call it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to keep on going until you say something.
I'm gonna try.
I'm probably gonna call it just because I'm hungry.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you having for dinner, Shonda?
I have no idea
Uh-oh.
because I didn't have time to try to prepare anything before we started this. So I was whatever I find in the kitchen, I guess.
I see egg toast in my future.
Shonda, my husband says if you were nearer, you could have come over. She's actually pretty near. She's in the Raleigh area.
Yep, right outside of Raleigh. I'm in Clayton.
Oh. Honey, don't make promises you can't keep.
Right, because I'll pull up now for some island food. I'll pull up for Caribbean, okay?
Oh yeah, we're not turning that up. You know, when I come to Raleigh, you guys are going to have to take me somewhere to eat a little Jamaican food since I've never had it.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I want to eat Jamaican food, try it at least, and I would like to try food from Morocco.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good too.
I mean,
Indian food is good.
The Jamaican food that is available is not that great.
Oh, that figures.
That is true.
For a Jamaican, you know.
So there's no authentic Jamaican food restaurant?
Well, you know, they have to cater to the audience that they have, I think.
So they got to make it more American so it doesn't taste.
Yes.
There was a Dominican spot on 70,
that's like
but
an Italian
she closed
restaurant
down.
that isn't Italian.
It's like the KFC in Jamaica. Like we'll say the KFC in Jamaica is the best KFC in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And then the people who live in Trinidad say the KFC in Trinidad is the best KFC in the world. But the KFC in America, definitely not the best. Sorry.
Absolutely
guys.
not.
But
it's not. I don't like if I want fried chicken, I don't go to KFC. Like if we don't feel like cooking it at home, we'll go to like Lowe's Foods or something and get a box of chicken because it tastes better.
I used to like to go to Popeyes and get Popeyes chicken. I didn't care about the rest of it. I didn't care about the rest of the stuff they had in Popeyes, but I'd eat their chicken.
I take grocery store chicken over all of these restaurants.
Yeah.
But nobody made fried chicken like my mother. My mom made the best Southern fried chicken ever. And chicken and dumplings.
Now that's one thing I do not eat chicken pastry.
And I can almost make the dumplings like she did. She didn't do drop dumplings. She did strip dumplings.
I don't like wet bread in general. So like when I eat a sandwich, I don't. Well, pasta has a different texture than wet bread to me.
Well, if it tastes like bread to you, then it wasn't done right to begin with.
I've had a lot of chicken pastry. Like it's a family dish. Like there's some people that make some really good chicken and dumplings. My grandmother's made it. Her sister's made it. My great grandmother has made it. I don't like dumplings unless they're fried.
I remember one time we spent the night at some friend's house that were in the church, and her mother made drop dumplings, and I came home and I said, "Mom, those were the worst chicken and dumplings I ever ate in my life." And she says, "What do you mean?" And
what is a drop dumpling? I don't even know what that means.
They're like balls of dough dropped in.
Oh no, no.
Cooked. Yeah, and I had never had that in my life, so I was telling her about it. She's like, "Oh," she says, "Was it raw?"
Chicken pastries. The dumplings should be thin.
Raw, Mom. I'm like,
no,
the dumplings. I to my dog.
Yeah, the dumplings are supposed to be thin. They're not supposed to be balls of dough.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
So the
like, I don't put mayonnaise. Like I don't put mayonnaise on a sandwich because the mayonnaise makes the bread too wet. Like that's how bad it is.
Ah, you don't like the texture is what it is.
Okay,
Yes,
this is where I'm stopping, Katie.
that looks good
Look, it
though.
looks good. Hey, I like those polka dots, man. That's going on.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
That looks great, Janice.
That looks good. That looks really good.
Thank you.
The picture brochure definitely doesn't give it justice.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yep.
Okay, so you're stopping? And
Yeah. Yeah. I think this
okay.
is it.
All right.
That's it for me for tonight.
All right. So one more time, I'm gonna put you on the hot seat here first with Denise. Tell everybody about your channel. And I know you said you won't be doing lives for a little while, but you can, they can direct, and I'm going to share your link that you can direct them over there, and maybe they'll go over and put some watch hours to help keep your channel alive while you're busy.
Yes, and some people have subscribed too. So thank you to those who have subscribed since I've been on this live. So my channel is the right way. I do mostly quilting, some traveling. It's my idea at the beginning was all the crafts that I love, but it has morphed into mostly quilting. I do have a second channel, shameless plug, the right way affirmations, and I published a journal.
I didn't know you had another channel.
It's
Where have I been?
Well, listen, I've not really done much over there, but
Okay.
But my husband and I, we've been talking about it. I have some plans for that channel. It's gonna be focused on just positive affirmations and positive things.
Okay.
So that's it. I appreciate
y'all go
everyone for stopping by and watching my videos. And I'm not aiming for perfection. What you'll see is the real me.
Yeah. And y'all go over there and do some watch hours while she's working on her PhD. Help her out a little bit. That'll keep her channel at least moving along a little bit. Now I'm going to turn it over to Shonda. And Shonda, tell them about your channel one more time, please.
Hello, I'm Shonda. My channel is Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts. I really don't do a lot of crafts, but I do a lot of quilting and crochet. And it's just a place for me to share my love of this hobby that I spend so much time doing. So that it's really laid back. I'm like Janice, what you see is what you get. I don't write scripts. I just come on and I start talking. It's all live. It's all off the cuff, and it's all just who I really am. I'm honest, sometimes too much, but that's the only way I know how to be. So
I don't see anything wrong with speaking your mind when you need to. Why isn't that work? Oh, there you go. So I've posted both their links for their channels.
Yes.
And yeah, so you guys, thank you for hanging with us. We went on a little bit longer than usual, which is okay. I really enjoyed tonight, you two.
I had a good time.
It's been a blessing getting to sew with both of you again. I really enjoy sewing with you both. And
it was fun and productive.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
we did a lot. We did good. Beautiful. So thank you again for that. And for everyone who's in the channel that stuck around, thank you for coming to the live tonight. I'm sorry that I wasn't live Thursday or Friday. And yep, he's not home. So y'all say a little prayer. Please send him home. Anyway, have a great weekend. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all of that? You create something beautiful. Good night, everyone, and see you next week on a live.
Good
night.
Bye.
Okay, we are done.
Yes.
I am starving.
Yes.